We are good to go. Well, good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Since our last council meeting, we have appointed our new General Manager, Mr. Robert Fish. Mr. Fish has been acting in the role of CEO since March 2025, and I congratulate and welcome you, Mr. General Manager, to your first official meeting as GM. This council meeting is being recorded whilst it's also being live streamed to YouTube. I remind the public gallery that the recording of this council meeting is not permitted under Council's Code of Meeting Practice unless prior approval has been obtained from the General Manager. Anyone in the gallery caught recording any part of this meeting without consent may be asked to leave. The public gallery is also asked to refrain from interjecting whilst councillors or staff are speaking and to keep discussion to a minimum so as to allow councillors to conduct the business of council without interruption. As this recording will be available as a public record, those in attendance, including councillors, staff and members of the public gallery, must refrain from making any defamatory statements. Thank you. Item 1, Acknowledgement of Country. I acknowledge that we're gathered on Biripi land. I pay respect to the Biripi elders, both past and present. I also extend that respect to all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be present today. Item 2, remote attendance at the meeting. Mr. GM, do we have any councillors requesting attendance via remote means?
Mr. Mayor, no we don't.
Thank you. And it now gives me great pleasure to welcome Pastor Carolyn Dennis from Lifeway Church to deliver the local government prayer. Thank you, Pastor. And don't forget to pop your speaker on. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. Sorry. I'm a bit nervous. Thank you guys for having me here. I don't take this lightly. So let me pray. Heavenly Father, I thank you for this opportunity to pray for our councillors. I thank you for each councillor and the role they play in leading our community and this region. And I thank you they have chosen to devote time and energy to being part of our governmental leadership. I ask you to lead our council and give them guidance they need to make just and righteous decisions for the benefit of our community. May you grant them wisdom, courage and compassion as they carry out their duties. Help them work together for the betterment of our community, even amid differing opinions. May they listen to one another with open hearts and minds as they deliberate on important matters before them. I ask that you grant them a deep sense of justice and commitment to serve our community faithfully, especially the most vulnerable. And I ask your blessing over each one during this meeting. In your precious name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Dennis. I appreciate it. Item 4, apologies, Mr. GM. Do we have any apologies for today's meeting?
Mr. Mayor, there are no apologies for today's meeting.
Thank you. Item 5, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 16 October 2025. Councillor Edwards, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a proposed alternate motion there that council request the amendment to the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 16th of October 2025 to be confirmed with the amendment of item 13.10 policy review planning agreement policy post exhibition to just remove point 6 of that resolution as point 6 was not moved during the October ordinary council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I'm happy to second. Any speakers on that item? See and hear none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 6, disclosures of interest. Councillors and staff, are there any disclosures for today's council meeting? Councillor Maltman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow. We're not having a good day. Thank you.
Swap ya.
No, that's not. I declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in item 13.19, the Lake Caddo Natural Resource Monthly Update Report. The reason being that I'm a non-financial life member and former president of the community organisation Revive Lake Caddo Incorporated. I intend to remain in the meeting and participate in the vote in this matter, as the perceived conflict of interest will not influence my decision making in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in relation to item 15.3, preschool for Tacking Point. The reason being both my children attended Tacking Point Public School. However, this association ended approximately 10 years ago. I intend to remain in the meeting, participate and vote in the matter as this perceived conflict will not influence my decision making in the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Mr. GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be declaring a non-pecuniary significant interest in item 1311, fee waiver request Parkrun 2026, for the reason being that I'm a volunteer run director at Port Macquarie Parkrun, an event which forms a part of this fee waiver request. I intend to leave the meeting and be out of sight and take no part in any consideration of the item.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager and Acting Director West.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in relation to item 15.3, the preschool for Tacking Point Public School. I have children that attend the school at the moment, but I will stay in the meeting and participate as required.
Thank you, Ms. West. Any further declarations? I see and hear none. Thank you all. Item 7, mayoral minutes. There is none. Item 8, I'm happy to move the attachments from item 11.6, which is the 2025-26 quarterly budget review and operational plan status report, as at 30 September 2025, be considered as confidential in accordance with section 10A2C of the Local Government Act 1993, seconded by Councillor Maltman. Thank you. Any discussion, councillors? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to clarify, I believe there's a number of attachments to that item and there's only one that's considered confidential, so I wonder if that might need to be clarified in this motion.
Thank you. I'll just take advice on that from or through the General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the particular attachment is referred to in the item. So for the item 11, the quarterly budget review and operational plan progress, the attachment description is provided there, and the reason for confidentiality, as is the case for the quarterly budget review statement.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Mr Mayor, perhaps it would be sufficient, since there's only one confidential attachment, just to simply insert the word confidential in front of the motion in front of us, confidential in front of attachment. So that council determined that the confidential attachment to item number 1106 be considered rather than inserting the whole title.
Okay.
Happy with that, Mr. GM?
Yes, that'd be fine.
Thank you. I'm happy to take that in. Councillor Maltman?
Yes.
So taken in. Thank you. Any comments, discussions, questions? See and hear none. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, item number 9. We have items to be dealt with by exception. I'm happy to move that items 10.3, 11.2, 11.7, 11.11, 11.14, 11.15, 11.16, 12.1, 13.5, 13.7, 13.8, 13.12, 13.14 and 13.17, with the addition of 11.12, 13.2 and 13.6.
One question, Mr Mayor. I just noticed the difference between our list and the currently items to be dealt with. 10.1 is in there as well, so I don't think anyone needs to talk to... Oh, sorry. Oh, and 11.10 I've just heard. 10.1 and 11.10, this did get an update, so perhaps there's just a discrepancy there.
Okay, so what's on the screen, are you saying that's correct or incorrect, Councillor Roberts?
Mr Mayor did add them. 11.12 is missing, sorry. You just read them out.
Yep.
11.12, 13.2,
13.2,
13.6.
13.6.
Okay, we'll just get those on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Yeah, 11, 12, 13.2 and 13.6 were requested to be put back in by Councillor Edwards just prior to the meeting. Unless anyone has a request to move on those, no.
13.6 to be added.
Okay, everyone happy with that? Seeing nods everywhere. I was happy to move, seconded by Councillor Maltman. Thank you. No discussion. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Do I have a mover and a seconder that all recommendations listed in the block be resolved and adopted by council? Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Todman. Any discussion on that one? I see and hear none. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Do I have a mover and a seconder that items 11.1, 15.3, 11.9, 13.4, 13.9, 13.13 be brought forward and considered next in that order? Councillor Lipovac, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Edwards. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So that starts us off with item 11.1, followed by 15.3. So with item 11.1, we do have the annual financial statements for the year end 30th of June. And I understand we have a Karen Taylor from the Audit Office on standby to present to council on this item before we take a recommendation. I will just check with our technical staff that we're ready to do that.
Can you hear us, Karen? Are you okay to go? Can you hear us, Karen?
She is still muted.
I don't think she's speaking, though, so I'll just... Can you hear us, Karen?
Yes, I can, just with some echo. Now it's silent. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
We can.
So is it time for me to present? Is that what you're saying?
If we're all good to go, Mr. Ferguson? We'll be right with you.
Just try and share the slides.
Can you hear us, Karen, now?
Yes, can you see?
Yep, we've got the slides up, so we should be right to go.
See if it works as a slideshow. Okay. Oh, back one. Okay, so thanks for the invitation to present on the conduct of the audit for the 2025 financial year. Just lost one of my sheets. So tonight, before taking you through the financial statement audit, I'll just touch on the audit work program for the local government sector. So these are the key themes of the Auditor General and the Audit Work Program, which was published in August 2025. It goes for 3 years and is updated annually. It's the efficient use of public resources, grants administration, major capital projects, climate-related risks and opportunities, and then First Nation communities is a theme throughout the audits. The planned performance audits for local government include long-term financial planning, a strategic approach to forecasting and managing finances over extended period. 2 councils have been selected for that audit, Armidale and Port Stephens. Auditor General also has on the program looking at the effectiveness of audit and risk committees, looking at performance management and the IPR and R compliance, major capital projects, climate risk and adaptation, and waste management, service needs and obligations, but as well the capacity for landfill sites across New South Wales and who is managing that strategically. So in the financial audit space, we do a report to Parliament each year on the outcomes of the financial audits. They will have a section on the outcomes of like the unqualified audit opinions and then financial sustainability, IT, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, major projects and internal controls and governance. So the new topics this year are artificial intelligence and major capital projects, which looks at some projects over 30 million to see how they're going against budget and timelines. And now looking at the report on the conduct of the audit. So this report is from what Office for Local Government says in the code we should report on in this report. So for Port Stephens, your income statement shows an operating result of 77.4 million, though after you remove capital grants and contributions, it reduces down to $15.4 million. I've just lost my notes, sorry.
Whilst you're looking at that, Ms Taylor, can we just confirm we're looking at Port Macquarie instead of Port Stephens, please?
Where does it say Port Stephens?
Oh, you just mentioned Port Stephens just earlier.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to clarify. I thought it was a slip.
Sorry, it's my mistake. It's Port Macquarie Hastings Council that I'm speaking about.
Thank you.
So I missed a step because I lost my notes. Sorry. So I did issue clean audit opinions for the council's financial statements for the year ending 30 June 2025, which means the financial statements contained no material misstatements and present fairly. So that's a good result for your audit. So in relation to the income statement, revenue increased by $3.8 million to $122.6 million, mainly due to the annual rate peg of 4.6% as determined by IPART. Grants and contributions have decreased by $41.4 million. This balance fluctuates year on year depending on the timing of revenue recognition, but also the level of development. Plus, there's a steady theme of reduction in grants coming from different levels of government that many councils, including yourself, are grappling with to how to fund the shortfall in the previous grants that you were receiving. So overall, while your cash flow was, operating performance was $51.8 million lower than last year, but much of this was due to increase in expenditure, higher materials and services expenses, along with, as I said, $33.2 million lower grants and contributions. Just trying to move to the next slide. Okay, so this graph is showing the operating result for the last 3 years, and you can see that there's has been a decline. This is impacted by higher depreciation as well. So while depreciation doesn't put a cash flow impact on councils, it does impact on your operating result. So as you have quite a big portfolio of infrastructure, property, plant and equipment, and that definitely has an impact on this measure. You're still having a positive operating result, though, after they're taken out. So the next slide is on the grants and contributions. It's showing the darker section of the graph shows the operating grants and contributions, and then the light grey section is the capital grants and contributions. So the darker one is impacted by the financial assistance grant, as each year the Commonwealth Government provides some of that money in advance, and the proportion they're providing in advance has gone down each year from 2023. So in 2025 you received 50% of the 25-26 amount of the grant. So, and I understand next year it's going to reduce to 25%. So you would expect that line will keep going down, saying that in July you get the rest of the money. It's just a point in time that it shows that you that is declining what you've received in the current financial year. The capital grants have decreased as you had large capital grants recognised in 23-24 for the Ocean Drive duplication project. So moving on to cash and cash equivalents. So as you can see, you have total cash and cash equivalents of 452.9 million. That's improved from 430.2 million last year.
Apologies,
85% of those.
Ms Taylor, could I just ask you to pause for a moment? You have a point of order, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Very sorry to interrupt, because I think this would be really, really helpful information for us to be able to have a thorough discussion with Ms Taylor. And I understand that typically in previous years this information's been presented to us in a briefing, and I'm wondering if that might provide the best opportunity for us to be able to engage with her in a meaningful way with this material, noting that much of it has also been provided in the report to us on this matter. But defer to your opinion on that.
So at the moment, just for clarity, we have a presentation from the Audit Office. So we'll await that to be completed. I'll ask councillors if there's any questions of Ms Taylor. Then we'll move to a motion where we'll debate the item. Thank you. Apologies, Ms Taylor, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so almost 86% of your cash and investments balance is externally restricted, which means that either legislation like Water and Sewer Fund legislation, or a third-party contract or developer contributions are restricting those monies to be only spent on those particular purposes. You do have still have a positive cash and investment balances after those external restrictions of 64.6 million, which was improved from 57.5 million in 2024. We also calculate council's liquidity. This is a measure that the Auditor General has calculated to show how many months of general fund expenses councils can meet from their cash and investments that are not subject to external restrictions. So yours is actually improved. We've used 3 months as a sort of a benchmark. Would say that the average for regional councils is 8 months, but having over 6 months is reasonable. We would be concerned if people have less than 3 months. So, and yours is tracking on the improve, so maintaining a healthy cash balance. Then for infrastructure, property, plant and equipment, which is the other major component of your balance sheet, includes roads, bridges and other essentials for operations. You can see that you have, from here, you've renewed $47.8 million in assets in 2024-25 and reinstated $17.5 million worth of assets that were damaged through natural disasters, and acquired $83.3 million in new assets. So that's the end of the presentation. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that presentation. Councillors, any questions of Ms Taylor from the Audit Office? I see and hear none. Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms Taylor. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. I missed one thing. I should have thanked the finance team. This was the first year that the Audit Office was conducting this audit of Port Macquarie Hastings Council, and we had good cooperation from the finance team to help us make a smooth transition from the previous auditors. So
thank you.
I missed that.
All good.
All right.
Thank you. Have a
So
great
I can
afternoon.
leave now? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
So, councillors, we have item 11.1, annual financial statements for the year ended 30 June 2025. Have noticed that Councillor Shepherd has a motion to move in relation to this item. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll move the motion as submitted. There we go. Noting the presentation covered all of the key areas very significantly, I'm not going to pull those points out other than that last point about the specific and very warm feedback that the Council's financial team got in relation not to just cooperation and helpfulness, but actually the cleanness with which the information was presented in a way that makes it best able to be used, for users to be able to look at it and understand what it means. Thank you. I'll leave it to Mr Mayor if you'd like to pull out more points within the financial statements themselves. Other than that, the motion that I've moved is fundamentally the same as the staff recommendation, but restated for clarity. I do want to thank my councillor colleagues for your support in September, making the decision to refer the key management personnel matter of completeness of those disclosures to the auditor, and you'll note in the report that in fact that was warranted, and that there are a range of areas of procedure and policy that could be improved, and that has prompted this matter that the policy and procedures have been revised and will be presented to the ARIC in December, and then following the decision of council, should council resolve as on the screen there, that this would be returned to us, that those key management personnel policies and procedures would be returned to us to make sure that we're comfortable with those moving forward. That's a big win for governance around conflicts of interest, and so should be of great assurance to us in our community moving forward.
Thank you. I was happy to second that. Any further speakers? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Just a few words, and I do want to acknowledge all the work of staff, and as we just heard, the finance team in particular, the audit officer's comments there. But also I'd like to notice that they mentioned this is the first time that the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee have been involved earlier in the process, and again that was a really positive move and a positive result there. But I'd also like to acknowledge the excellent commitment and contribution of Councillor Shepherd, who plays that role of our ARIC councillor representative, and picks up some very good points for us all. And I'd also want to just go on to the actual financial statements and the results themselves, just briefly to say, I want to also point out we are, not meeting TCOR ratio benchmarks on a couple of things, especially the negative general fund result of 9.61% or $15 odd million, and the water fund outstanding rates and charges ratio increased as well. We understand why, but this is why it's great for us to have these unconsolidated fund-by-fund reports at this time of the year, and it would be good to see those moving forward quarterly. It's a real quick indication for us to go, oh, what's going on there, and ask the right questions. So that's all I wanted to say on the matter, and I support this amendment, and thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Interman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify an ongoing bone of contention in the community that seems constantly to arise, and just to clarify. Council has $452.9 million in reserves, which can seem like an huge amount of money, but that is committed to future projects, which include water, sewer, stormwater, etc., as well as developments coming up. Bottom line, however, taking those into account, we only have 6.6 months in cash in the bank available at any time, cash or available assets. It's not cash available financial assets. Every time we build something new, it actually increases our long-term commitment. $83.3 million in new assets means that's $83.3 million in around about 10% replacement cost every year. So that's important. Those things are important to keep in mind when some people say, blah, with great gusto, that council has hundreds of millions of dollars available. That's not true. We have $452.9 million in reserves that we are required to keep for planned future works and developments. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. No further speakers? No. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 15.3, preschool for Tacking Point Public School. We have a motion from Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just quickly find that. Oh, it's not in the list there. Never mind, I've got my own copy. Well, I can't find it, but that's okay. I'm moving an amendment to my motion, or an alternate motion, I should say. 15.3, that Council, 1, in light of recent reports of community concern regarding a proposed preschool at Tacking Point Public School and the time-sensitive nature of this issue, request the General Manager to write to the Minister for Education and Early Learning, the Honourable Prue Carr, and the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, the Honourable Paul Scully, as a matter of urgency, expressing Council's concerns regarding the lack of community consultation regarding the proposed development. And Clause 2, request that there be a pause to this project for the proponent to undertake local community consultation.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Maltman. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Tacking Point Public School and Parents and Community Association and many other local organisations and voices, including Landcare, Koala Conservation Australia and others, have raised serious concerns about impacts of this fast-tracked development pathway that does not allow for genuine adequate local consultation and transparency with the community. On Monday night at the public forum, we heard from the community member who was appointed to the project reference group and who shared that her experience was underwhelming, to say the least. She was often not even given an invitation to join a meeting, and on occasions that she was afforded an invitation, it was last minute, with a meeting to commence just an hour later that same day that she finally received an invitation. Councillors have also been forwarded a letter from Dr. Arnie Ronda, a life member of the Hastings Aboriginal Education Consultative Group, who shares that early and adequate consultation has not occurred. The decision-making framework for this project, which I've looked up, outlines a process and assessment criteria, but there are enormous question marks over the process and the outcome here. So in supporting our local community voices to be heard on this, my hope is that these ministers will promptly pause the project and restart at the very beginning of the community consultation process, ensuring that transparency, collaboration and social licence are the foundation for delivery of a much wanted new preschool for the Port Macquarie Hastings community.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to speak in support of Councillor Edwards' amendment. I want to acknowledge the speakers at the Monday's public forum from Tacking Point School, Adeline Ninnis. She was a Year 6 student, she spoke very well, and Penelope Little, the Tacking Point Public School P&C, also joined at the public forum with parents and community members, and their contributions reflect a genuine desire for transparency regarding the proposed New South Wales Government preschool at Tacking Point Public School. Importantly, the community is not opposing this public school. They're seeking a sensible pause, one that allows for open consultation and an evidence-based review. As Penelope Little expressed, they want a solution that supports early childhood education, honours Aboriginal families, protects our environment and that is embraced by the community. And I agree with that sentiment. I acknowledge the residents, parents and community organisations, particularly the women leading the effort who had raised legitimate concerns. It takes courage to ask for clarity and accountability in any government process. Recent local experiences have shown the value of ensuring assessments reflect on the ground condition, and the Breakwall project highlighted how community advocacy can better help guide those outcomes. In my opinion, the Port Macquarie Breakwall experience demonstrated exactly that. Thanks to the efforts of Damien King, the Save Our Breakwall team and local residents, and community ensured that the proposal was halted. A completely new project team was appointed, with the project replaced with a repair-only approach based on engineer reports. This is not NIMBYism. It is a reasonable expectation of proper process. We all agree that additional childcare places are certainly needed, urgently needed at that. There is no dispute about the need, only the importance of ensuring the project is delivered in the right way. Supporting this amendment provides our community with confidence that decisions are transparent, evidence-based and properly consulted, and for these reasons I support the amendment before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any further speakers? Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also support the amendment. And to note, my comments are not council's, they are mine. We are required as a council to undertake community consultation as a matter of regulation. It is very disappointing and indeed erodes the trust in government for the higher level of government, for the New South Wales government, not to follow the same requirements as they have of us. As Councillor Maltman indicated, we experienced this regarding the Breakwall initially. There were undertakings for community consultation that were not fulfilled. This should be part of any proper project management planning to ensure proper community consultation. It is indeed ironic that we are being asked as a council on behalf of our local community to perform proper community consultation because we understand, as you rightly noted, that good consultation leads to better outcomes. So therefore it is hard to understand why the New South Wales government seems to refuse to follow this procedure, when in fact it is something, proper community consultation is something that should be installed right at the beginning of planning for a project. I heartily support this, and I really encourage people in the state government to take notice of this and understand that good community consultation is in fact good for our state for the future, to ensure that there is proper consultation on issues that the state government may be blind to initially, but that it can be brought to their attention, including with improvements to planning, simply by engaging with the local community on the ground who understand the impacts and implications of a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think all councillors have received information or correspondence, both for and against this particular item. I think we all agree for the Port Hastings region, yes, we do need another preschool. Whether or not it's at this location is yet to be determined, so I thank Councillor Edwards for bringing this forward, a letter to the right people to find out exactly what the rush is and why there hasn't been enough consultation is the right thing to do, so thank you very much. I don't appreciate the comparison to the break wall. I didn't think we'd bring that subject up at this particular item. Council agreed on upgrading the break wall in 2016. We've had 9 years of consultation, so I can't see the comparison there. Please stop talking about it in that respect. But I agree and I will support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Point
of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
It's been noted that there was consultation since 2016. I am talking about the undertaking made directly to us here in 2023 that public consultation would take place, and it was not. There was none. So regardless what happened earlier, it did not happen when it came to the pointy end and the crunch of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So clarified. Councillor Hornshaw.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that the kids at the school understand, or it's communicated to them, that council's not a decision-making body here. So if this passes today, we'll just be writing a letter to the state government to echo the letters that you've already written. And so it's not time to break out the lemonade yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Edwards.
And thank you for the debate, the contribution, everyone, and that leads me to my question to Mr. Mayor about tabling the one speech from Penelope and the letter that the Tacking Point Primary School wrote to all councillors, because I think it really supports the reason why we're writing to the state government in a succinct way. And I did circulate that earlier, Mr. Mayor, seeking your leave. Might I be able to table these two documents?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. You did ask me earlier in the week on that. I didn't want to set a precedent by anyone tabling documents from people outside of council as part of a discussion in the chamber. However, there is an option for all councillors to put attachments in their notices of motion. I think that's a better way of doing it. So I'll knock that back at this stage. But having said that, you're more than welcome as a councillor to send any correspondence supplementary to anything formal from council to the people you need to. Any further speakers on this item? I will talk and speak against the item. I'll start by reading the comments by the General Managers, just so there's no misconceptions about the state government process here. Comments by the GM. There is no objection to preparing letters as proposed in the notice of motion. However, it is important to note that there is no legal obligation for a proponent to undertake community consultation for a complying development certificate, which is a CDC. CDCs are fast-track approval processes for specified development and are required to be determined within 20 days. If a proposal meets the prescribed development standards, it can be certified by council or a registered private certifier without the need for a development application, notification or consultation. In the case of the subject development, the CDC has been determined by a private certifier and not council. For reference, the Code's State Environmental Planning Policy, or SEP, outlines the provisions for development types that qualify as complying development and the criteria that must be met in order for that to be certified. Further information is available from the New South Wales Government's Guide to Complying Development. I think it's really important to note here that the CDC process has some very strict guidelines, outlines, but also provisions to move developments through in a timely manner. I did take some time during the week and also last week to hear from community. However, I can't see on the data that I've been provided that the state government has done anything particularly wrong as far as process on this one, and that's something that is unfortunate given the trees that were planted, the site, in some people's opinion, is not the most preferred. However, what we're talking about here, and I think Councillor Hornshaw articulated it, is we're just writing a letter. And I don't want to give community false hope that what we're doing here could actually stop this proposal, given the state government has followed its own process. So I just wanted to make that clear. Any further speakers? Councillor Edwards.
Is this the right of reply then, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I imagine. Okay, and thanks for sharing those views. I suppose in response to those points you make, I have three points. Number one, from the things I've looked into, of course, the CDC pathway didn't need to be pursued. It was an option, and of course it was taken up. But I think it's fair enough if it's not popular for that sentiment to be communicated. Number two, their own decision-making framework, as I pointed out earlier, it really clearly spelled out the consultation that they were going to do locally with all sorts of stakeholders. And what we've heard is that really didn't happen or was underwhelming. Number three, we're simply representing and elevating our community voice here, and I think that is a role we play at local government. And so I'm more than happy to support their voices going to these ministers, and I urge all councillors, and as many councillors as I can get on board, to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. As I put that to the vote, all those in favour, Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, Maltman, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed, myself, I declare that carried 8 votes to 1. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.9, in principle support for borrowing under the New South Wales Low Cost Loans Initiative, Kawara Water Supply Scheme and Thrumster Wastewater Supply Scheme. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Moving the alternate motion that's been circulated.
Is that the one on the screen, Councillor Shepherd?
And just scrolling all the way down. Sorry, please. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Now, I have been asked to take in some additional words to save the need for another amendment.
Sure.
These are only clarifying words. If we could go back to clause 1, thank you. Execute an application for financial support through the Round 4 Low Cost Loans Initiative. That's it, thank you.
So you're happy with what's now on the screen, Councillor Shepherd?
Yes.
So just noting we've got a point 1, a point 2, and 3.
Great.
That's complete. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Great, thank you. So, of course, we'll all know that we received some representations on Monday with particular concern about providing in principle support for the borrowings for the Thrumster wastewater treatment plant. What I'm trying to do with this amendment is really clarify the detailed information we want to receive before we would authorise that sort of borrowing. Just clarifying that this is about in-principle support purely for the purposes of an application for financial support under that low-cost loan initiative. So, of course, when we come back to a point of needing to make a decision on this, it's relevant that we're including all of those areas of information, anything other relevant, and you'll see also, apologies, that I have also inserted the request for advice from ARIC, from the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. So I ask my colleagues to support this motion.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and call Councillor Interman.
Just make a small point, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
To clarify to everyone that all we're doing is requesting approval to apply for funding. So we're not actually applying for any funding at this point in time. We're just seeing if we could, because the project is still being refined, so I think that's important to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? See and hear none. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.4, response to notice of motion, compliance and enforcement education. We have a motion by... Someone like to move a motion in relation to this item? There is one on the screen if anyone would like to move that one.
Yes.
Are you-
Yeah, happy to move it. No amendment to it. Do I have to read it, Mr Mayor, or can I just speak to it?
I need a seconder, but are you happy with what's on the screen, Councillor Roberts?
Sure am, yeah.
I'm happy to second.
Okay, great. Well, I think really it's just briefly to note on this item that I think it's proven to be quite beneficial for us and for the community. So I did seek this information, and I think it's really great to be able to read what council is working on and to provide some assurance of the plans to refine and make improvements in that space. And I thank staff for the very good report.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See Councillor Intiman.
Thank you. I certainly support this. And again, on this theme of doing something properly leads to better efficiency. If we want collaboration with our community, then we must be able to assure them, they must be able to build trust that we will be acting appropriately to stop or take appropriate action against actions which are not complying and which are in fact outside the law in many cases, because otherwise it comes to a point where people believe, you know, it just doesn't matter following the regulations because council won't follow up on it. We absolutely must. We must focus on those things most important. We were brought an example on Monday that compared the righteous compliance clarifications check-up on a certain development, and yet almost no compliance action or even checking by council as to the compliance regulations on a much larger development that had been going for a long time. Now, the fact that some of our records weren't available may be due to the fact that it has been a long time since this larger development was approved, but nevertheless it is incumbent on us to improve this so that we can build trust with the community. And if we can't be rightfully requiring people to follow our regulations if we don't in fact enforce them. Thank you. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. No further speakers. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.9, sports field user pay fees and charges. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Intiman, if you can turn off your microphone. Thank you. So I have a motion to put forward.
Sure.
And it is, I'll read off my notes here, that Council 1, note the feedback from the community engagement undertaken on the proposed user pays model for sports field access as detailed in the community engagement report. Point 2, not introduce new sporting fees and charges to use playing fields and continue with the current no fee model. Point 3 being consider allocating additional resources from existing budgets in future financial years to support ongoing field maintenance in conjunction with development of the draft 26-27 operational plan. And point 4 being note that the submitters will be thanked for their input and advised of the outcome of Council's determination.
Thank you. I'm happy to second. Would you like to talk to that, Councillor Lipovac?
Thank you, I will. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in addition to the Sports Council opposing the new fee, and in particular strong support from representatives of football, rugby league and cricket, the first 2 paragraphs from the summary written by staff about the 70-page post-exhibition report clearly indicates our community is not in favour of the user pay system, the same conclusion they came to last year, and that is despite the additional information provided by Council over the past 12 months. I would like to think councillors will take in this feedback and do the right thing by supporting the community's wishes. So that summary is as follows. Across hundreds of submissions, there is overwhelming opposition to introducing user fees for community sporting fields. Respondents consistently emphasise that playing fields are public assets, just like parks and beaches and playgrounds that should remain freely available and funded collectively through rates. Many feel that ratepayers already contribute enough and that adding fees would amount to paying twice for access to shared community infrastructure. A dominant concern is that any new charge imposed on clubs would inevitably be passed on to players, forcing families, particularly those on low or fixed incomes, to reconsider participation. Parents and volunteers warn that even modest increases could exclude children from sport at a time when cost of living pressures are already high. And several small and regional clubs said explicitly the proposal would make their operations unsustainable and could lead to them folding altogether. The consequences, they argued, would lead to reduced physical activity, poorer mental health and the erosion of community connection. As we heard from Michael Bulmer, representing Veterans Cricket at the Public Forum on Monday night, it's not only kids and families that will be impacted, but also those of a mature age who continue to compete but are on a pension. For many people of all ages, playing social and or competitive sport is an escape from everyday life. Competing, training, coaching, watching and supporting provides a break and balance in their lives, and the memories do live forever. I feel fortunate that at least one of my kids shared my passion for sport, but as any parent knows, they don't stop at one. They will try multiple outdoor sports: football, league, union, touch footy, Oztag, cricket, baseball, athletics. And if they're good enough, they'll also go up to the next representative level. Now, for parents, there are many costs associated with competing: rego, insurance, clothing, equipment, travel, etc. However, the majority of parents will go out of their way to ensure their kids get an opportunity no matter what the cost, but we have to draw the line somewhere. And no one wants to deny their child the joy of competing or missing out on the various skills they learn as an individual player or working within a team environment. The introduction of a new fee for every sport they play and every field they play on hurts everyone's bottom line, and especially those who can least afford to pay. Depending on the number of sports they compete in, for one child, a user pays fee will be paid multiple times within just a 12-month period. That's a fee on top of a fee on top of a fee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pivac. Well timed. Any further speakers on this motion? Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking to support of this amendment. My position on sports fees, user pays and charges has not changed since I was a member of the Sports Council myself, and I do not support continuing this investigation. I believe engagement has quite clearly identified the real-world impact that additional fees have on participation and club sustainability locally. The clear concerns received, I believe, are not hypothetical. They're grounded in lived experience. If fees discourage families or force clubs to cut back, we lose much more than dollars on a balance sheet. To illustrate the financial pressures already facing families registering one child to play sport in Port Macquarie, I'll provide this example. A parent registering a player in a sport locally, in a sporting club, for age 12 to 18, for the 2025 season is as follows, and this is where the registration fee goes, a registration fee of $240. The national body gets 6.25%, the state body gets 20.63%. The local area body gets 27.13%, and the local club only retains 46% of that $240 of registration. So in my opinion, this example might give rise to council considering all costs to family and clubs and understanding what our community is already paying for sport locally. I support our clubs and community on this one and urge my fellow councillors to support this amendment and keep our playing fields truly open for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mottman. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving an amendment that's been sent through also.
Thank you. Which is?
I'll wait till it's on the screen if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Yes. It's the same. A minor tweak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The differences to the motion that was before us, being Clause 2, request staff to continue to investigate a refined single fee model for consideration in the draft 26-27 fees and charges, which incorporates community feedback and ensures the structure includes measures that promote accessibility for low-income households. And I believe the remaining is the same to the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Edwards. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Lipovac in particular for the extremely strong advocacy for the continued participation of people in our community who will be hit by any fees in any sense. And on the back of that, I have included that additional clause or that additional comment that as staff proceed to investigate that fee model, that the structure includes measures that promote accessibility for low-income households. That is able to be assessed in some ways relatively easier through existing criteria with Centrelink health cards, pensioner cards, if they're on the max family tax benefit Part A payment, which is a simple letter. Again, you know that they're a low-income household. And those are the sorts of clear definitions I'd want to see applied here. I understand that it does make it, potentially harder to pursue this, but I think what our community is telling us in the feedback that we've received and has been articulated repeatedly by Councillor Lipovac, followed up there with Councillor Maltman's comments as well, and set out an example, that what we need is to make sure that we're focusing on the accessibility, focusing on making sure those low-income households are not excluded. I believe that by moving forward with this measure included in the resolution that we're able to achieve that. Stepping back for a second away from that particular measure to support accessibility for low-income households, I am of course suggesting we should proceed with a fees and charges model being applied to grounds maintenance, and I'd like to explain a bit more why. We know of course that what's being proposed is that ratepayers continue to fund 75% of that $1.6 million a year of grounds maintenance. And we know that if the shortfall of $370,000 isn't identified, that actually it can't just come from nowhere. We have to find it from somewhere. So either the maintenance isn't going to happen, which can't happen because it's the minimum level of maintenance we're talking about. This is paying for the minimum level of maintenance that we can possibly accept. So that money is going to have to come from other initiatives when we already have very tight budget allocations across these areas that this could be taken from. In my view, Council is showing recognition of the incredible value of sports to our community by accepting 75% of the maintenance fees is to be paid from the general fund and ratepayers. I think it is reasonable for Council to take a user pays approach model for those people who get the most direct benefit from a particular service, that they pay for 25% of the cost of delivering that service in this case. I'm happy to have to field further questions about this or discussion, but I ask my councillors to please support my amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank Councillor Shepherd for this amendment, which responds to my concerns and contributions to many discussions councillors have had in briefings and workshops on this. I was reluctant to support the introduction of a sports field user pays fee, not because I believe that there shouldn't be a contribution to the costs of providing a facility from those who use the facility, but because I didn't want to see what could be a real financial barrier to participation in the community, in community life, healthy activity for some people. So just like the swimming pool has fees, and I moved that the concessional admission fee be retained in our June meeting. It is important to me that we do what we can to make our sport and rec accessible to all in our community. And just picking up on some of the comments that have been made, I think we need to be careful about the whole indoor-outdoor different. We want people to be active, whether that's in our stadiums or our pools or on the fields. But the community does pay to use the stadium or the swimming pool, and we have to balance delivery and maintenance levels, but financial sustainability. So I'm supportive of this because I feel like it's inevitable. We have to make this move. It's a 25%, as Councillor Shepherd said. I don't think it can be nothing, but for those who need concession rates, that we should work on a system that can identify and make that happen so that it's accessible to them as well.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Hornshaw.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I support the idea of clubs who use sporting fields contributing to the upkeep of the fields. Everybody would like their hobbies and interests to be paid for by other people if possible. That's only natural. So naturally that's the answer that you'll get when you ask the clubs. There are many other hobbies and interests that are not subsidised by council, and if you ask people if they'd like someone else to cover those things too, I'm sure you'd get many takers. I was Vice President for 1 year, President for 2 years and Secretary for 1 year of Sport Climbing New South Wales, ACT. Despite being an Olympic sport, climbing had no public facilities anywhere in the country. Our athletes had to pay for memberships at climbing gyms, often multiple gyms, to train, and we had to hire those commercial climbing gyms and ask them to close for several days to run state and national competitions at significant cost. Nevertheless, we managed. We were all volunteers, no paid staff. We harangued sponsors to contribute rather than passing on too many costs to members. The annual membership fee going to the state body was only $10 per year, plus very modest competition entry fees. Nobody was denied participation because of cost. There is a valid argument that people already pay for sporting fields as ratepayers. What I'd like to see is every dollar raised by contributions from sporting clubs to be returned to ratepayers in the form of rate cuts to make it fair. We can't technically tie those things together in the same motion, but that's what I think we should aim for. The reality is that not all ratepayers play sport. Some have other hobbies or interests that they might want to invest in. Another emotive argument, as we've heard, is what about those individuals who can't afford to pay? I agree that people with limited means, especially kids, should not be denied the opportunity to play sport. The question is, who should subsidise them? Council's not planning on charging individual players anything. They're charging the clubs. Clubs don't have to pass on that cost to people with limited means. They can use their own creative minds to make it work. Some might cross-subsidise within the club, some might fundraise, some might have a donor or sponsor. Does anyone care about kids from disadvantaged backgrounds playing sport? Yes, many people do. If you are someone who cares about kids and sport, then you should approach one of the clubs and make a contribution. You don't need council as a middleman. Many sports are already charging people a hefty sum, much more than the figures discussed here, which goes to their state or national body in return for who knows what. Perhaps they should have a discussion with the people in the sporting ivory towers and say enough's enough. Perhaps that money is better spent on actually providing and maintaining a ground to play on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So speaking against, as you would imagine, and as I mentioned earlier, that if you have one child who tends to play 2, possibly 3, possibly 4 sports over a 12-month period, that is several fees that they need to be paid. Yes, it is a responsibility of the club who will initially cop the additional fee from council, but I would say, in my opinion, 9 times out of 10, they're going to pass that down to the competitors to make sure they remain financially sustainable as well. But that's just for one child. What if you have 2 kids, 3, 4 kids, and you're a parent, and you compete? That's multiple fees being added to your bottom line, and it continues to add up, and you start thinking, well, is it worth it? Which child should miss out on competing because I can't afford the additional fees that council is now imposing? Council does impose fees for sporting groups that come into the area who want to hire venues. To be honest, I would like to know where that money goes to. Should that not go back into maintaining the fields? Once you introduce a fee, it's not going to be revoked. It'll be there forever. And history will tell you that fee will potentially go up on a very regular basis. Also coming out of the summary, while most respondents opposed the introduction of fees outright, Several said that increased fees could be acceptable if there were a clearly demonstrated increase in service levels, particularly addressing long-standing drainage and accessibility issues that have limited playability in recent seasons. Without visible improvements, they argue, higher fees would be unjustified. Others supported retaining the current no-fee approach unless council can guarantee and deliver substantial infrastructure upgrades under any alternative model. At this stage, we are simply trying to, as I understand it, recoup the missing money from 12 months' worth of maintenance across the region. But that's not what they want. They're saying if we are going to be hit with another fee above what we pay for rates, then we want to see something on the ground. We want to see something visible, an improvement to our sporting venues. So I'm speaking against, as good as it is in terms of what you're trying to say, and we want to make sure that the disadvantaged aren't affected. Everyone is affected by these fees in one way or another, and wholeheartedly the summary indicates they do not want the imposition of a fee. This is 2 years in a row.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further speakers? Councillor Entman.
Speak against the amendment. I understand council's financial situation. I also understand what was raised, I think, by Councillor Hornshaw about these peak bodies need to be brought to account because they're obviously charging whatever they can. But my main influence in this is something that Councillor Lipovac just raised, which is that they'll no doubt increase constantly. But it's also about the cost of A, the consultation was already done, and B, the ongoing implication of this in ensuring that it is charged and received. And I appreciate Councillor Shepherd's notion about the low-income people, but how is that monitored? That's again like another cost that comes into this situation. So no, and when it all comes down to it, what is it but 300 odd thousand? I can't see that 370 annually, which yes, we definitely need it, but in supporting, in opposing this amendment, I'm also more convinced to oppose the improvements to Tuffins Lane and any notion that council should be supporting the ocean pool. We can't have everything, and if we are going to take this approach and not charge fees, then we have to be very, very frugal. We have to be very cautious in how we apply other money in all sorts of ways. So I can't support the amendment. Thank you. Nevertheless, thank you, Councillor Shepherd, for bringing forward, especially regarding the low-income matters.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Councillor Interman just on the back of that. I just wondered, in your view, what's the difference between outdoor and indoor sport? Like, should the swimming pool be free as well?
Thank you. Councillor Entman.
I think that there's a very big difference between those sporting facilities that are providing sports fields and things like the pool or the indoor stadium that is providing built facilities. There's very different, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Try and stand up. We'll see how this goes. I'd like to speak in support of the amendment. As being someone that actually does plan to have children, unfortunately, this is something that I believe that we'll need to address the ongoing long-term financial sustainability. Unfortunately, I believe that, like what Rachel has put forward, Councillor Shepherd has put forward, to address low-income families, but still have something that's going to help with the maintenance of those facilities, is the way forward. Many other councils have also brought in this sort of style of system, which is part of the reason why we've been looking into it. And as painful as it may be to go forward with this, I still think that we need to be thinking about the long-term financial sustainability of council, and also to note that much of the maintenance has been running on reserves as part of this. So we've gotten to the point where those reserves are exhausted, and we need to find some other way of supplying that maintenance to these facilities. As much as it's painful to do, I still think this is necessary. There's other factors as well in long-term sustainability that I'm concerned about. So that's where I'd like to leave that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Question, Mr Mayor,
Sure.
through you. Off the back of the question about the affordability of applying the measures to promote accessibility for low-income households, question through you about whether the Clause 2 provides enough scope for staff to come back with options that promote accessibility for low-income households that do sit within affordable model for applying fees.
Thank you. I think for mine it's incredibly vague and or open to lots of suggestion and or complexity, but I'll move to our General Manager for a comment. Thank you, Mr GM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think what part 2 is, I guess, would ultimately be form options that would come back to in a report to council around what opportunities there are around supports for low-income households. I'll probably put a caveat on that. There is going to be challenges around the administration of it, whether that be through council or through the sporting bodies themselves. And it brings into another number of factors around, privacy of financial information, all those sorts of things. So we would be providing options essentially in response to that point too, but acknowledging I'd expect there be some challenges in identifying one that would be suitable.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? See and hear none. I put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillors Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman and Edwards. Those against the amendment? Councillor Interman, Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman. The amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion. And the original motion had 2 speakers, which was Councillor Lipovac and Councillor Maltman in support. Any further speakers on the original motion?
Could you just tell us the vote again on that?
Sorry, the vote on that was those in favour of the amendment was Councillor Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman and Edwards. I think we've got one missing. Councillor Hornshaw. Councillor Hornshaw was in favour of the amendment. Okay. Thank you. It's probably not a bad time to let everyone know we do have a new system here, and it at times just throws some challenges, but we will push through and appreciate our staff for their expert knowledge already on how to navigate this complex system. So we're back to the original motion. We have had 2 speakers for, Councillors Lipovac and Maltman. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I clarify whether this is the motion that is in fact on the table? I think...
It's not. We will just await the actual motion to pop up if you like. I believe that one's the right one. Councillor Lipovac's nodding.
Great. Question through you, Mr Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Clause 3 asks that we consider allocating additional resources from existing budgets in future financial years to support the ongoing field maintenance. Should we not be able to identify those additional resources, what will happen with the level of maintenance?
Thank you. I'll pass that to our General Manager. Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins might want to speak to the gap that will exist there.
Through you, General Manager, we'd have to be looking for alternative funding sources, which may mean reducing services or cutting back other projects.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. If you could turn off your microphone. I do appreciate the arguments and the questions that have been asked today, and that is what we do as a council. It is very thorough that we look at all options and circumstances to ensure that we are making the right decision. So thank you very much again today for all those who have agreed and disagreed with the motion ahead of us or in front of us. Excuse me. So briefly, I will remind councillors that somehow, as has been mentioned previously, that we can afford, with ratepayers' money, to prop up the Glass House and its $2.5 million annual loss, but we certainly don't deny people access to the arts. We can afford, with ratepayers' money, although legislated, to operate 3 libraries for $2.8 million per year for no monetary return, but we don't deny people access to books, technology and educational resources. But somehow we want to, in my opinion, squabble over a $370,000 per year funding gap on maintaining sporting fields, and yet we have not increased the maintenance budget since 2018. How is that the fault of current local sporting users? Why should we punish them? Council has made, in my opinion, the decision several years in a row to not increase maintenance expenditure, and this is where the problem first began. So in my opinion, it is hypocritical and hardly seems fair or just that we should now implement a user pays fee system. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Interman, Lipovac, myself, Councillors Maltman, Kirkman. Those opposed, Councillors Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman and Edwards. Declare that motion carried 5 votes to 4. Thank you, councillors. Okay, item 1313, Recreation Open Space Action Plan Post-Exhibition. Someone have a motion to move in relation to this item? I'm happy to move the motion that I put forward to councillors earlier. And we'll just await that up on the screen. Thank you. I will read that. That Council adopt the Recreation Open Space Action Plan 2025 to 2030. Note the information contained within the Recreation and Open Space Action Plan Community Engagement Report, October 2025. Note that those who made submissions will be thanked and advised of the outcome of Council's determination. For note, information provided regarding the Notice of Motion Sports Field Drainage Recommendation 4 from the June 2025 Ordinary Meeting of Council. 5. Note the advice provided in the report on the planning progress for the proposed ocean pool at Oxley Beach being led by community. 6. Note that as the proposed ocean pool at Oxley Beach is being led by the community and is not a council project, it has not been included in the revised Recreation Open Space Action Plan, however, which is my adjustment to the staff recommendation, starting at however, would be considered in any planning activities involving the area of Oxley Beach. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that item? Councillor Hornshaw, thank you. Just speaking briefly in favour, I do want to thank the staff for their efforts through the engagement processes. It has also given our community the opportunity to have a look at the priorities that have been set for our recreation open spaces. Obviously, over the course of this year, we've had a look at several items, including the drainage of sports fields. We've done some work in and around that, so obviously that's a note. But we've also had quite extensive lobbying from the Ocean Pool Committee and followers of that particular project. However, the Ocean Pool number 1A, which everyone would be aware of, is not currently constructed and it is not a council project, and therefore not included in our priorities. I think that's been quite clear for some time. There is a resolution on the book also that it is not a priority of council. So I think council has been very consistent in its approach on that particular issue, but I do genuinely support the notion of an ocean pool and very much hope that the committee can find the funding and support to have that built. However, at this stage, it is not currently built and there's a potential for a funding gap which I don't think council can fund or support in any substantive way. Again, it is a community project, but I also note that that project has already millions of dollars of federal funding support and has had some support from the state government, which is why I wanted to make sure that in item 6, using the words however would be considered in any planning activities involving the area of Oxley Beach. We had earlier this year, I believe, or even late last year, some discussion around the Port Macquarie Surfing Museum, which is adjacent to this potential project. My intention with the additional words there that if any proposals in and around the Oxley Beach area are to be considered in any substantive way, that at least our council staff know that we would like all of those projects in and around that area to either talk to each other or be considered in any planning activities, whatever that might look like, as ambiguous as that sounds. On that basis, I fully endorse the list of priority projects there, including the regional stadium master plan and also the drainage for Toffins Lane sports fields. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Mr Mayor, I had understood that, we just can't see it on the screen, that you were also happy to take in my clause 7.
Thank you. I did call for motions, however. I just read out the 6, but if you'd like to move an amendment to include another point, happy to take that.
So it's not included at present?
Not at present.
Okay.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, so I'm interested in that amendment about considering in any planning activities involving the area of Oxley Beach, considering the ocean pool in that. I guess I'd like to, noting the background and history that there have been many misinterpretations, I think, of portions of council's support or the extent of support. I'd want to be really clear on what we're asking to be included here. So my first question would be, can you be a bit more specific about what planning activities means here? I am a bit concerned about the broadness of what you just described.
Thank you. Happy to answer that. When we're talking planning activities, I noted the Port Macquarie Surfing Museum. It's adjacent to the proposed ocean pool site. Clearly there's limited room for parking and or connections with footpaths or any other infrastructure. If we get to a point where one project is further advanced than the other and we are not considering the needs of the other project, it could create conflict between the two. What I would not like to see, which I'm sure most people wouldn't like to see, is one project getting the green light, and the other one on a technicality not able to progress the project because we as a council haven't considered that broader precinct. Now, we don't have, as far as I'm understanding, an Oxley Beach precinct master plan, which creates this challenge for us. So in the interim, anything that happens in and around that space, I think, should consider other proposals that are on the table or progressing at this point.
So to clarify, Mr Mayor, potentially what we're resolving here would hold up other development applications, such as the Surf Museum, should they come before us?
I don't believe that would be the case. What we are having a look at here is considering other projects in conjunction with whatever else is going through in that space at the time. So there's flexibility there for staff. With or without these words, I think me just articulating that now, that could do the job. However, I think it's helpful to have it there so at least community can understand that we're thinking about other projects that might be in and around the ocean pool.
Supplementary, Mr Mayor, through you. With the advice that we've received about the intent of that last sentence about what planning activities refers to, do staff have any concerns about this?
Thank you. Mr GM.
Through Mr Mayor, certainly my interpretation of those additional points there would be around, I guess, spatial planning around the area rather than, I guess you might be inferring more the approvals pathway. That's certainly how staff would interpret the additional comments there.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Sure. I'll speak against this in the first instance. I think we're hearing different comments about what this would mean if we would resolve this way. And I think if we're going to have any impact on planning activities for other matters, that we should be doing that in a very considered way. And even considering the ocean pool not yet, a project that's not yet able to proceed, I think it would be very unwise of us. That being said, I'll move an amendment.
Which is?
So I've just sent one through, and I think it'll be easy, or it's the same as the one I sent previous to that, but with some extra words. There we go. So, noting the answers to the questions we've just received, I'm no longer comfortable to include consideration for planning activities. So can I ask that we delete the words in clause 6 starting from however. Yep, that's it.
So that's the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
So
Mayor.
can we just confirm that you've simply just taken my additional half a sentence out and just added a point 7?
That's correct.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Lipovac, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Look, this is what I submitted and circulated councillors previously. The option has been detailed for councillors in the report, and while there was an option for us basically to put the Surf Life Saving Club straight in the ROSAP, I think we're better off waiting until the planning has progressed and considering it at that stage. I don't consider this a carte blanche. This is in now. I think we need to consider it at that time when we know the relevant information. Hope you'll support my amendment.
Any further speakers to the amendment?
So have we got a second now?
Councillor Lipovac.
That's fine. I'll speak to the amendment.
Councillor Interman.
I support this amendment. I want to speak to clause 7 and note what was said, what was conveyed to us on Monday to remind us about the 2017, I think it was, coroner's report arising from a drowning death on Flynn's Beach, and to stress to all of us, including, and to encourage staff to make sure that they do take consideration of both the provisions recommended by the coroner and also the importance of council taking notice of those provisions and enacting them, because it is rather a responsibility of us not to ignore that coroner's report. So I support this amendment and the removal of the items, the extra words regarding the ocean pool, and commend to staff the importance of us doing something significant regarding Flynn's Beach with respect to the Port Macquarie Surf Life Saving Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Edwards.
Mr. Mayor, can I foreshadow the staff recommendation?
Sure can.
Thanks.
May I ask, is that a foreshadowed amendment or a foreshadowed motion?
Could be either. Councillor Edwards.
Well, we don't discuss it if it's a motion, do we? We just...
You wait to see whether or not
Hmm.
something else goes through, unless you made it.
I'll put it as a motion.
Thank you. Okay. So we are with the amendment. Any further speakers?
I'm going to speak against the amendment purely for the reason that I'm not really comfortable with the clause 7 from Councillor Shepherd's amendment, because I feel like we don't have quite enough information, and I wasn't even familiar with that plan. I went and looked it up because it's not something that councillors have actually had learned about or had reason to know about. But when I looked at the plan, a number of those actions actually have been undertaken, including the seawall, a major project. So I'd also am just feeling like the ROSAP generally, it's great to see the description in there that it's an action plan for priority projects on council-owned and managed facilities projects. You know, it's got a great explainer there, but there's also things that that I think we don't know enough about, and it's been raised in some councillor briefings that it would be great to see in future a breakdown of categories of works, so capital investment works, renewals, upgrades, maintenance, what class of asset category is that, swimming pool, building or amenity, and which asset management plan does that sit within. It'd be great to see references to existing resources, including master plans, community plans from which that project was identified, and what the trigger was for the money spend, and perhaps even the funding source that it might be needed to progress these things. It'd be extremely helpful to have a comparison to the list of items from the June 2025 draft 10-year works program, and identifying which works on this list will fall within the Recreation Open Space Action Plan or that do not appear in the Recreation Open Space Action Plan, ROSAP. And finally, obviously, many factors do go into decisions on prioritisation, including demand due to population growth in areas of the LGA. It would be valuable for us to have a decision-making framework or a matrix that clearly and simply shows how prioritisation decisions for the Recreation Open Space Action Plan are made. And I don't feel like we have enough information for that. I'm not comfortable to just take one master plan and put it in there as a medium term.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Question, Councillor Intiman.
Through you to Councillor Edwards. So, Councillor Edwards, what are you suggesting in terms of going forward with what you have just expressed as your desire of what we need to see? Because we need, if we're going to follow it up, we need a decision on following it up.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, Councillor Intiman, I believe this document, it gets reviewed every 2 years, and we did raise it in councillor briefing workshops, and it was taken on by staff that we'd like to see more of an categories and explanations in the document moving forward. I think it'll be a work in progress, and it's certainly something I'm interested in continuing to raise. So that's all I'm simply saying, is that I don't support making a change right now to this and just snatching one thing and including it there. Although it was we had the public forum and it was very informative, but it also doesn't make me feel like I can just go, yeah, sure, I'll take that one thing and say, let's make it a medium, based on what?
Thank you, Councillor Intiman.
And Mr Mayor, through you, I feel that clause 7 as it stands is relevant, and so just to ask you, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Edwards, all this is asking is future consideration as a medium term. It's not that it be put there. So.
So you're just asking her if
Yes.
that's Councillor Edwards' understanding?
If that's your understanding, yeah.
Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, just briefly, it is my understanding, but it's what other things might need to be considered the same way. We're not going to list all of them in there, yet there's going to be lots of things that are being weighed up for a medium term in that plan. So if it doesn't appear in there from a staff recommendation right now, I'd like to understand more about why.
Thank you. I don't have that listed, so you might get out of speaking twice. Maybe.
All right, I support the amendment, where we've got clause 7, and note the submission and from the Port Macquarie Surf Light Skating Club, and for that to be in a future consideration. I would anticipate, and in fact I'll finish this with a question to staff, but I would anticipate that that consideration would include what was the coroner's recommendations? I recall them vaguely. How has council complied or enacted those recommendations? So that then we can know. I don't believe that we should be taking this item off the agenda for consideration when in fact it's quite important and we need to get that information. So, could I ask, finish my words and ask you, Mr. Mayor, through you, question to the staff, would they, if clause 7 was adopted, would the staff then be considering and presumably reporting to councillors on the status of the coroner's report and how we have actioned it?
Thank you. Mr General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, well, point 7 is just asking that it be included as a medium-term priority within the document once or considered once the planning has progressed. It's not relating to any detail on the coroner's report and reporting that back to council. That's potentially some advice we might be able to provide outside of the meeting today to provide an update, but it's certainly not requesting that specifically be reported back to council the way it stands at the moment.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak to the amendment. I will be speaking in favour of the amendment. Obviously, we've got quite a few things noted, including item 7, which I am supportive of, on the basis that, I mean, it's clear that we're not adding actual funds to develop anything at this stage. We're just noting the submission and considering it as a medium-term priority project. I'm not going to die in the ditch over my additional few words, which I'm not quite sure were necessarily needing to be taken out, but the reality is here that there's so many projects, opportunities for us to support community projects. The Port Macquarie Surf Life Saving Club, obviously it's a very aged building. We also support the North Haven Surf Club as well, so I couldn't find a real substantive reason why we wouldn't consider the Port Macquarie Surf Life Saving Club, save for the fact that I haven't actually seen a design or a plan or a master plan for that one in any substantive way, but it's something that should be on our peripherals because obviously that's certainly one of our group of first responders. So I think they should be noted, but as we can see in items 4, 5 and 6, we're noting other things for some clarity there, so I'm very happy to support the amendment. Any further speakers? Councillor Hornshaw.
This amendment changes the original motion from Mayor Roberts in 2 ways. One is adding clause 7, but the other is taking away the however from clause 6, and I liked that however. Because I think it wasn't anything drastic. It was just signalling to different people in the community that we're thinking of all of you. And so I wonder if Councillor Shepherd would consider putting that back in.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You're right, there are 2 changes and I focused on the clause 7 there, but the removal of the reference to considering the ocean pool and planning activities into the future. I've established through the questions that there is not the clarity as to what the implications that would actually have on those other planning activities that might want to go to ahead. And further to that, I certainly don't want there to be any ability for any part of the resolution to be misinterpreted inadvertently to suggest council's any council support for the ocean pool exists or extends beyond the current resolution, which includes being very clear that there's not support for funding, ongoing management arrangements, operational arrangements, or any of those matters. I think that has inadvertently happened in the past, and I wouldn't want any misinterpretation to happen again.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Hornshaw, you are welcome to move an amendment if you want to put that back in. That's up to you, though. Any further? Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to staff a question. What would be the implications of those additional words that were removed for item 6?
Thank you.
Like, that's a question for staff, yeah.
Question for the GM. Thank you, Mr GM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins, you want to outline what the changes would be?
Thank you, General Manager. It would essentially be that any consideration of any planning we're doing in the region, in that particular area of the local government area, would include consideration of this as a potential proposal.
Questions with microphone and standing, please.
Sorry,
Question to me?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. An additional to that response, so like how much time and effort would that take from council staff? Like, is there some sort of estimate or something that you may be able to gauge how long that would take or how much resources that may consume?
Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would just be if we are undertaking planning activities, particularly strategic planning activities in that area, that it would be factored in. So there's no, at this point in time, there's no resourcing impact as a result of it.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, question on the back of that, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff or to General Manager. It strikes me that the Town Beach Reserve Master Plan is we're looking to put that on exhibition today. In fact, we have resolved that in the block. And would that need to consider? I mean, that certainly covers part of the road there and the path or near Oxley Beach.
Thank you. Question to staff, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Watkins.
Through you, General Manager, I'd say no. The Town Beach Master Plan is specifically about the Town Beach area. Any connections between that site and this site would be something we'd consider more broadly, but it's not a specific, and I don't expect this would be retrospectively either. If Council's adopting the Town Beach Master Plan, it means that anything we do on Oxley would have to consider the Town Beach Master Plan, not the other way around.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, about whether planning activities would include master planning. For instance, the City Heart Master Plan, where Oxley, which is currently on exhibition as I understand it, or currently under development, and Oxley Beach sits within the footprint of that master plan.
Thank you. I just want to clarify as well, before I go to the General Manager, the words and the context that I'm putting forward is that at least we look at it. There's no anchoring of it in any plans or strategies. It's just we actually think about it. If we think there's a conflict, I think we need to at least make some moves to deal with it. Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, General Manager. It would be part of our consideration for the City Heart Master Plan, insofar as understanding that there is a proposal, just like there is a proposal for a surf club. That neither are certain, neither of them have any approvals from council, but they are things that we would need to consider because we are aware of them as they are on the community's agenda.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Lippavack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So briefly speaking in support of the amendment and the points that are listed there, purely for the fact that I am happy for council to get behind and support current structures, important structures such as the Port Macquarie Surf Life Saving Club and, as we mentioned before, the Camden Haven Surf Life Saving Club. But I can't see the need to support non-council projects that don't currently exist. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? See and hear none. I put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment. Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lippavack, myself, Maltman, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. The amendment becomes the motion. Any further speakers? Councillor Hornshaw.
Just like to propose a further amendment to add back the however to clause 6.
Thank you. We'll just await that on the screen before I call for a seconder.
just 0.6 of the mayor's into this one.
Okay, we're all happy with that. Councillor Hornshaw?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. There's additional words that have been added there just at the end of clause 6. This does not imply, although...
Correct, that was part of the previous amendment which became the motion. Thank you.
Can you just confirm that's what it is?
I'm happy with it how it is right now on the screen.
Okay, I'm happy to second that. Councillor Hornshaw?
I think enough's been said on this. I won't comment further.
Thank you. I concur. Councillor Shepherd?
I'd simply make the point that to the extent that the ocean pool, as it currently stands in the progress of a planning proposal having been lodged, being processed, that if there are planning activities that are happening in that area that should include or should give consideration to the ocean pool, then they would be given consideration. So at best, these additional words don't actually achieve anything more, but at worst, they actually decrease the clarity, or they introduce a factor of, well, what actually could be included in this as well. Without specifying those further in the resolution itself, I think we're unnecessarily introducing risk and lack of clarity.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Interman?
Speaking against it, I take a little bit of a stronger view here and say that I understand the answer from Director Watkins earlier about like these will be considered. But if we put that in there, then this is almost a poison chalice to the staff because it's actually stating that they will be considered, and there could be criticism come back to us, oh, you didn't properly consider it, when in fact we have nothing specific before us to be considered. I think that we should take the assurance of the staff that in general that is what they would be doing, but to put this in writing puts a considerable onus on staff when in fact things are quite grey, and they could set up for criticism because of what some people consider was insufficient consideration of the planning activities.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers on the amendment? See and hear none. I put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillors Hornshaw, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman, Tubman. Those against? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac and Edwards. The amendment passes 5 votes to 4. The amendment becomes the motion. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Moving another amendment that might be taken in, which would be fine.
Sure.
I'll just wait. So the amendment being what I sent through earlier has been copy-pasted in twice now, I think.
Whilst we're waiting, Councillor Shepherd, we might just clarify exactly what you'd like to put back in, please.
Sure. So the additional words was a single line at the end of clause 6. Sorry, I'll just find them. Okay, so the words aren't on the screen, but the words that we've just brought in, however, would be considered in any planning activities involving the area of Oxley Beach. And the additional sentence that I would like to bring in is, this does not imply council support for funding, future ownership, management, operational or maintenance arrangements.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. Unless Councillor Hornshaw is happy to take that
Happy
in.
to take that in.
Thank you.
May I also just point out a typo there?
Sure.
In clause 6 it says recreational instead of recreation and.
Thank you. Okay, so I did second the motion. It has been taken in, the extra words,
So not yet.
shortly.
So they have been sent through. This does not imply council support for funding, future ownership, funding, yeah. Comma, management, comma, operational or maintenance arrangements.
Thank you. That was what Councillor Hornshaw was happy to take in. I was happy to take in also.
Thank you. So just briefly to say then that this addresses my concerns that the addition could be misinterpreted as a level of support that doesn't exist, and so thank you for supporting.
Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Edwards.
I just have a final question, Mr Mayor, through you to staff, just to clarify now. With the words in front of us, does council, will council, if this is resolved, give the same level of consideration to that just because of knowing about it, as they would have without any of these words?
Thank you, Mr General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor, probably my interpretation would be that, but I might just ask Director Watkins just to confirm that.
Thank you, General Manager. Yes, it would. It would be the same level of consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Todman had his hand up first.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of this motion, amendment, sorry. I believe it's a good compromise, and it's comprehensive of what is needed. I think that this project has very strong community support. It's got federal funding. We should be considering it, and I think that also stating as well that, you know, what being specific about what council's level of involvement is as well is very clear. So I think that's why, you know, I'm happy with how this amendment has been formed, and also the previous amendment that it was brought into the motion. So I would like to thank everything that's been added into this to come to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Can I just clarify an answer to a previous question that I didn't quite catch, and that is, how would this fit in with consideration of the City Heart project?
Thank you, Mr General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Through you, General Manager, the City Heart is a broader area, so we consider everything within the precinct that we've identified in the City Heart Master Plan. So basically, we would just know in the assessment of that the plan that there are options or proposals or concepts for certain types of developments, including this one.
Thank you. If that means no further comments, debate, anyone wishing to speak? Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I think maybe some words have dropped off here, being the words that Councillor Hornshaw specifically wanted to include with the however.
Thank you. We will just... Thank you for your honesty. Appreciate it. So we will just wait for the words to pop back into item 6. It is. Just whilst we wait, this is the actual motion. The items have been taken in by the mover and seconder.
Would you mind confirming that's what you'd like to move?
Councillor Hornshaw and I are happy with that. Thank you. All right. So most of us have spoken to this item at some point. However, if someone has anything burning to add before I call it, I see and hear none. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour. Councillors Intamin, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, myself, Maltman, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Can I ask, Mr Mayor, I hope we're not in our written documents going to get that.
I think I'll take that question on notice. All right, so moving on to the agenda proper, as I heard it referred to before. So item 10.02, and also noting, councillors, that we are 2.5 hours in with that unfortunate but necessary delay at the start. So we have somewhere in the vicinity of 20 items to go. So if we could be as efficient as we can, that would be appreciated. Item 10.2, reappointment of the independent chairperson for the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. Councillor Shepherd has a motion to move.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation moved. I'm happy to second. Any speakers?
Just that I think
Councillor
this is a really
Shepherd.
sensible way forward, and I hope councillors will support it.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.3, status of outstanding resolutions. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, just very briefly, thank you for this report to the staff.
Moving the
Yes, sorry,
staff.
moving the staff recommendation.
Happy to second. Thank you.
I'm trying to be quick now after that pep talk. I think this report has and will continue to be of great value. So, yeah, thank you very much for councillors supporting my motion for us to have this report ongoing.
Thank you. We will just check that is the motion that you were happy to move, Councillor Edwards. On the screen? Yes.
Yes.
Which I was happy to second. Any further speakers? Councillor Intamin.
I would like to ask Councillor Edwards if she would like to add to the end of that, note the information contained within this report and the improvements in the format. Is that what you were intending? Because that then notes, if that was the case, then that then notes that actually something's happened.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah, I
Edwards, is
understand.
that something that you would like to do?
Well, I'm not quite clear on it, I guess, because this is not the outstanding reports, it's the new one. So it's an improvement to have it, but I'm not sure.
That's okay.
Just
So
I said that verbally, but if you
Okay.
wanted to put it in there,
I'll withdraw that.
Sure.
Just to note that if there is a progression that we take in our formats of how things, then we should note them so that later we can go back and actually understand when those improvements took place.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to note as well that I found it very helpful, especially as a first-term councillor, being able to see, okay, when are these actually going to come to fruition? What's happening with these motions? Where are they up to? And the outcomes of some of them. So it was very helpful. So I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll be looking back at that document and looking forward to future ones. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Tubman, Edwards. None opposed, with Councillors Kirkman and Intamin out of the room. Declare that carried. 7 votes to 0.
I'll move an adjournment, Mr Mayor.
Second.
I have a procedural motion for an adjournment of 5 minutes from Councillor Shepherd, 10 minutes from Councillor Shepherd, seconded by Councillor Tubman. All those in favour? Councillor Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman, Edwards. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Maltman, Roberts. I declare that carried. Thank you. We will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you, folks. Thank you. We are up to 11.4. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Interman, thank you. I will just find my notes. So as gazetted in the business papers on page 34 by the looks. So we have obviously that the need to set the ordinary council meeting dates for 2026, as we can see on our screen. I think there we go. So what I'm proposing here is that we maintain the status quo, that we have Wauchope and Laurelton council meetings included in next year's schedule. Reason for that element for me is that, number one, I don't think the system that we're running at the moment is broken, and I haven't had personally, being out and about, much conjecture as to us attending Wauchope and Laurelton as a council. So for the context of if it's not broken, I don't see the need to try and fix it. However, the public forum being on a Monday at 5 p.m, I think it's also important that councillors note that we do have most of our executive staff at that meeting as well. It is a reasonable time to start that particular meeting, ensuring that there's no hour gap or so from other proposals to start the meeting later. That ensures that our staff can just move from their office without delay to support us in that particular meeting, but it's also after hours officially. Moving it to later in the night, obviously it finishes later in the night, and for those that start work earlier, it can be a challenge as well. Noting also that we have between 2 and 8 people speaking in a month. I don't think we'll be affecting too many people by having it earlier or later, so I'm not going to die in the ditch over 5 p.m, but I think the big one for me is Wauchope and Laurelton meetings. Councillor Interman may remember we were in the first council back after administration, and part of going out to community was also to make it very clear that council was considering our other communities of interest other than Port Macquarie. Over the years, there's probably been some unfortunate conversation around Port Macquarie Hastings Council being very port-centric. I don't agree with that. I think we do a lot for the Wauchope and Laurelton community, but I do feel if we take the Wauchope and Laurelton council meetings back to Port Macquarie, there could be a perception that we're moving to a more Port Macquarie-centric model, which I don't think would be the case, but I wouldn't want that perception to be out there. So on that basis, I'm happy to maintain the status quo. Any further speakers? Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm also going to speak in support of this main item in the status quo, mainly because of a proposed amendment that is due to the inclusion of off-site meetings. It's mainly for that reason. Because I actually do support the meetings coming back to Port Macquarie. After discussions with my colleagues and Camden Haven Chamber President, Mr Luke Hatfield, it's clear that Council is facing a practical challenge due to the fact on the 1st of January, all council meetings must be live streamed in accordance with mandatory provisions of the New South Wales Model Code of Meeting Practice. This legislative requirement creates significant issues for off-site meetings due to just to make sure, and it's high risk as well for non-compliance and that happening in these external locations. In speaking with Mr Hatfield, he indicated that there's no strong need for further off-site meetings and acknowledged that the community understands the practical necessity of holding formal meetings and forums in Port Macquarie. And we agreed that it isn't about being port-centric, but ensuring compliance and minimising costs to council and our ratepayers. He also highlighted the positive reception to the Mayor's recent community visits with more planned, and noted that these engagements provide an effective and accessible way for residents across the region to speak directly to the Mayor and Council leadership. So for this reason, I support the motion before us. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pravat.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to put forward. Excuse me. And I'll just wait for it to appear on the screen.
Sure.
Oh, that is it. Thank you very much. So the basic changes are that we have removed the Wauchope and Laurelton meetings from the 2026 agenda. We are still looking at a 2 p.m. Offering there for the start of the meeting date. If we can scroll back up again. And we look at point number 3, the other change there being commencing the public forum at 6 p.m. And also point 4, importantly, request that the General Manager prepare a draft plan for the delivery of 2 community forums in 2026, one each in Wauchope and Laurelton, attended by councillors and senior staff, and present the draft plan to council for consideration in February next year.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that one, Councillor Hornshaw? Thank you. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So briefly, I did send out a request to all councillors to provide a bit of feedback on what starting time for monthly meetings they would prefer, giving them the options of 10 a.m. or midday, and 2 p.m. came back as the most favoured time slot, so that hasn't changed. Probably an important thing that we look at that each and every year, depending on the circumstances of individual councillors. As council and councillors are now dealing with this also new online agenda system, Resolve, and we've had a few teething issues today, as will happen. That requires reliable Wi-Fi to allow meetings to proceed smoothly and without interruptions from possible technology failures. Those meetings in Wauchope and Laurelton I have removed. Looking for support there from the 2026 schedule, as there's no way to guarantee the usual venues have enough Wi-Fi bandwidth to cater for multiple users at the same time. And it also is a good saving for council at around $6,000 because we won't have to set up equipment, audio and visual at the other locations. So instead, this motion looks to replace those meetings and public forums with specific community forums, where councillors and staff will meet with Camden Haven and Wauchope and Hinterland residents in their areas to ask questions, to let them ask questions and discuss local issues and concerns. The motion also suggests that that Monday night public forum held at the Chambers here in Port will commence at 6 p.m. instead of 5 to allow residents from our outer reaching areas who won't be able to pop into a public forum. Say if you're coming from Comboyne or Kew Kendall or Rollins Plains or Biobarra, etc., and you finish work or you finish your family commitments at 5 p.m, then you've still got enough time to join us. And generally speaking, I don't think the public forum ever goes any longer than an hour, so we'd be out by 7 if we had a full agenda of a full list of people speaking at the public forum. And that is it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Hornshaw.
Yes, I also want to speak in favour of this amendment. I think we do need to make sure that people in the Camden Haven and Wauchope area know that the council cares about them too. But I don't think the way to do that is by holding council meetings there. The public doesn't get to participate; they just get to watch, and they can watch on a live stream. And so, as Councillor Lipovac said, it's much better to have it here where all the tech gear is, where all the staff are, rather than try to take the whole road show to somewhere else and set up. I don't think it works as well off-site. But the holding community forums where people can actually ask questions and get answers and have two-way conversation is a much better way to take council to the people. So I support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would also like to speak in support of this motion, being that also noting that when we have done the meetings at Wauchope and Laurelton, that most of the people that have been turning up for the public forum, but also for the meetings themselves, we're doing it for an agenda item, not because we were at that specific location. And I think this is a better way of engaging with the public, as Councillor Hornshaw said, that they actually can speak and be heard, as opposed to where they're just watching the council meeting. Also, even as myself and Councillor Hornshaw also live closer to some of these other destinations, I still believe that it's more convenient as also to come in to Port Macquarie to have the meetings, as well as some of the reasons that Councillor Lipovac mentioned with costs associated and requirements with recording and Wi-Fi requirements. So I also support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman.
Question, Mr Mayor?
Question, Councillor Roberts.
Through you to staff, and on the back of, I think, what Councillor Maltman contributed, we're aware that that Mr Mayor, you and staff have been out in this term to various villages and towns in our LGA. Could we get an indication of the frequency of that and the costs of that compared to what's being potentially proposed here? Could it be a similar kind of commitment and spend, investment of staff time, what's happening now, but then what this is proposing, which would include all councillors?
Councillor Edwards, are you asking about the Meet the Mayor tours and how much they cost?
Oh, yes, how that's being, how frequently that's happening, and also if we can come along.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I'm happy to take it in a general sense that obviously we've had only 3 mayors in the last maybe 10, 12 years. Our last mayor was here for 7 years, obviously taking over from Mayor Pinson. I thought it was appropriate that I introduce myself to all parts of the region to make also them feel they were part of my thinking as a representative of council, but also the region. So what I undertook early on was a Meet the Mayor tour of sorts, which involved one car, most likely with just a couple of staff members in support, comms, also the CEO or the general manager at the time, and a director that Mr. Fish filled the role of a couple of times before becoming acting. And the first tour went to 3 satellite areas, a second tour went to some other areas as well, and then a more recent one-off trip up to Comboyne. So we covered about 6 or 7 locations at low cost, low budget. Where we could, we used community spaces or community halls or halls that we actually owned to limit costs and also resourcing as well. What we did there was just have an opportunity for community members to book in a 15-minute session where they could present to myself and the CEO or the general manager issues that were of interest to them. So I didn't take an agenda with me other than the list of people who wanted to turn up and I guess talk to their mayor directly. Off the back of that, we did take questions on notice, and through our resourcing currently available, we answered questions, gave feedback and information to people who asked specific questions on their specific matters. If you'd like to see minutes or notes or whatever, I'm more than happy to email them to individual councillors. I do propose to do that ongoing because I think it was a great initiative this year. The feedback was twofold, that most sessions were booked out, which was fantastic. It showed me that there was an interest in that. But we also changed the format up a couple of times to try and find the most cost-effective and the most efficient and effective way of reaching these people. There's nothing concrete for next year just yet, but I was going to have a look at that early in the new year. Given the nature of that tour was Meet the Mayor, if councillors want to bring a notice of motion at the right time to have councillors go to the community. We did have that a number of years ago. Councillor Inchman would remember. We had a councillors tour of the LGA, and I think it was 2 to 3 meetings per year, which I thought was also very helpful, particularly after the administration period. So for me, it was more about direct engagement, but also to introduce myself, and I think it was very useful for all involved. Any further questions?
I'll
Councillor
just
Edwards.
speak in support of this amendment then, because I like the way it's heading, and I think everyone's contributed really good reasons why we perhaps need to make a change for technology reasons, for meeting our obligations, for trying to make smooth meetings and public forums as well, and to make whatever engagement we do where we might travel out, if we get this in February, to see what that might look like, that we could actually increase the quality of that time we're spending out to listen when we go around the LGA. So I look forward to something like that involves all councillors, because I'm keen.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Inchman.
I'm happy to support the amendment, but I am concerned about the 6 o'clock. Just because of the reasons that were raised earlier, and so after we vote on this, for summer perhaps it might be appropriate also, and not necessarily for winter. People prefer to sort of get back indoors earlier, but I am concerned about the staff time, so I might or might not support this, but in general, I like the thrust of it, so let's see how we go.
Thank you. So we have an amendment in front of us. We've had a number of speakers. There is no right of reply on an amendment, just in case anyone was wondering. No more speakers. I put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, Councillors Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac, Tubman and Edwards. Those opposed, Councillors Interman, Roberts, Kirkman, Maltman. The amendment passes 5 votes to 4. The amendment becomes the motion. Any further speakers or amendments to the motion? Councillor Interman.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll canvass everything the same except clause 3, 5 o'clock, and just let's see what councillors think about that.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that amendment, which is simply changing the 6 o'clock to 5 p.m. Councillor Lipovac's indicated he's not happy to take that in, which is his call, and fair enough. Councillor Edwards.
Sorry, we're on an amendment now from Councillor Ingerman.
Yes, we are.
Speaking against, I do think that I thought long and hard about this. My first thought was, where'd this come from? But it does make sense. For those that are working 9 to 5, and who knows where in the LGA they're working, it does make it more accessible. And we don't know. Nobody knows when they're going to need to address council, but I think it does make it more accessible to people after work. And as Councillor Lipovac said, we don't tend to go really late in the evening. We've had meetings that go to 7 o'clock at night, so it doesn't really seem to strike me that, and staff do engagements sometimes up to 7 p.m. as well out in the community. So it doesn't strike me that that's a big ask.
Thank you. So we're really just talking about the 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. rather than just having another crack at a talk. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Just that I on reflection, support the 5 p.m. I think it is a big ask on the chance that we might get more people to engage, to ask the number of senior staff to stay that long. I also note that as council meetings have evolved, and forums have evolved, that we do have the opportunity for people to call in by phone. To be able to make their representations to council, which I know isn't the same as being in front of all the senior executive and councillors. But I, speaking in support, I'd be okay with 5:32, but this is what we got.
Thank you. So we have an amendment which is substantially the same as the motion, with the simple change of 5 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Is there any speakers on the amendment? Councillor Lipovac.
Just speaking against Mr Mayor very briefly, the fact that we know that although last Monday was a little bit different where we had 8, 9 speakers, quite often it'll be 2 or 3, so it won't be that late in the evening. And it's also, again, giving an opportunity for those right across the region to drop in when it suits them after work hours. Or whatever other commitments they might have. 5 o'clock has worked, I agree. I would suggest to councillors perhaps we just consider a 12-month trial of 6 p.m. Let's give it a go. Let's see what kind of response we get from the public. And then in 12 months' time we'll be back here again and we can make another determination as to what time the public forum should start.
Thank you. No further speakers. I put the amendment with the 5 p.m. start time. All those in favour? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Roberts, Kirkman. Those against? Councillors Hornshaw, Lipovac, Maltman, Tubman, Edwards. The amendment is lost. We are back to the 6 p.m. kick-off. No appetite for meeting halfway? No, I see none. All right, so any further speakers on this one? Councillor Shepherd.
Very briefly, just to thank Councillor Lipovac for canvassing all councillors, jumping right into that deputy mayor role, and earlier in the week making sure we had the time sorted out so that we just didn't spend extra time sorting out whether 2, 12 or 10 a.m. works better. And I note that the time that he's moved is actually the least convenient for him, as put to us. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have the motion in front of us, and no further speakers and a right of reply.
Again, very briefly, thank you very much. That is correct. I was hoping for an earlier meeting time, but I'm happy to go with the democracy that we have in this chamber and go with what is most popular amongst our councillors in terms of how they want to favour things. I don't know if that made sense. Regardless, it's very important that I wanted to make a point about during the campaigning at the last two elections, there were multiple requests that we do hold community sessions outside of our regular public forums and our public meetings. Councillors were often asked whether or not they could come out for a couple of hours at least once a year, although the requests were, can you come out to Bonny Hills, can you come out to Combourne, we can't do that, but we can certainly hold a couple of sessions, community sessions, to make up for the loss of meetings at Laurieton and Woolhope.
Thank you. With that, I put the item to the vote. All those in favour? We have Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Lipovac. 6 o'clock. Councillors Tubman and Edwards. Those opposed? Councillors Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman. I declare the item carried 6 votes to 3. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.5, Disclosure Register Annual Returns. I'm happy to first table the disclosure of interest. Anyone like to have a look at those before I hand them to staff? See and hear none. So tabled. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. So we have a motion in that regard, which will be on the screen momentarily. Are you wanting a clarification on the previous vote?
Yes, it appeared at 9-0, which wasn't for 11-4.
I would just pause for a moment. We will just confer that the last vote was recorded properly as per the actual vote.
Yeah, 6-3.
6 votes to 3. 6 votes in favour. Motion carried. And it is now corrected. I am reliably informed. Okay, item 11.5, the Council 1 note the annual disclosure returns as per below. Senior Plumbing and Drainage Officer, Project Manager. Note that the remaining outstanding annual disclosure will be presented to Council once the respective staff member has returned to work and has submitted their annual return. And its seconder for that is Councillor Interman. Thank you. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.6, 2025-26 Quarterly Budget Review and Operational Plans Progress Status Report as at 30 September 2025. Councillor Shepherd has a motion.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the alternate motion that's been circulated. I'll just wait till that's up on the screen.
There's 2.
And I'll note that the alternate motion, since circulating that motion, I've included the clause 5 that appears in Councillor Edwards' circulated amendment.
Which is on the screen. Is that exactly what you're after, Councillor Shepherd?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Do I have a seconder for the consolidated motion? Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Seconded. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So, fundamentally, the first 3 clauses are the staff recommendation on this report, with some tweaking to bring it in line with our usual wording and to include all the points we usually include. So that's clauses 1 to 3. Clause 4 represents a difference from the staff recommendation. Clause 4 means that we'll continue having a monthly budget review statement each month, including when a QBRS is present. The reason that I've asked this clause being brought in is that I do think that this being the first month that we've got the new OLG requirements being applied to break down everything by fund, and the first month that we've looked to combine the monthly budget report with the quarterly budget review statement, there have been some errors and omissions or a bit of confusion arise in that process, and I think the best way for us to approach it in a really clear and distinct way in the future is to keep those separated. Happy to field questions on that if wanted. In relation to the clause 5, I'll read it. Note the intent to enhance future quarterly budget review statements by including TCOR ratio reporting at both the consolidated level and for each individual fund, and provide progress reports on this implementation in subsequent QBRS reports until complete. This is really worth noting because it's going to be important information for us into the future as we're making, we're endorsing the long-term financial plan, because as we're aware, the consolidated view of the funds and of the financial outlook doesn't really provide us with the sort of data we need to support decision making. So heading in this direction with the individual fund is where we need to go, and noting that I think is appropriate, as well as getting the progress reports on how far we are from or how far we are along in receiving that data in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any further speakers before I put the item? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.8, 2024-25 annual report. Someone like to move staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Edwards. I'm happy to second. Councillor Edwards, need to talk to this one?
I'll just be very brief, Mr Mayor, because I really want to acknowledge this annual report, and I feel there's much more quality and detail included in the annual report. So my congratulations and thanks to staff for these improvements. And it's also wonderful to have the net cost of services included too. Thank you. So much more information, some more transparency and quality reporting, which I'm very excited about, clearly.
Thank you. I'm sure the staff appreciate that. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
I do want to reiterate how much additional or tweaked information council did actually resolve to request from staff in this annual reporting, and the different processes involved. And I think to some extent staff have gone beyond that even in ways that I appreciate, and I think will, as a part of that continuous improvement journey, help community better understand what council is delivering. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.12 is in the block. 11.13, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Annual Report 2024-25. Someone have a motion to move? Councillor Shepherd is moving with the microphone on.
Apologies, my result is catching up.
That's okay. We've got something on the screen. Is that what you're looking for, Councillor Shepherd?
Apologies, I was late.
Microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies, I was late in submitting a brief additional amendment, and I don't know if I did that earlier, if it's just come through. I've sent it again now. This is the staff recommendation plus the highlighted words. I'm requesting the ARIC Chair to provide a presentation to Council in relation to the report. We've received that in previous years, and I made the request to the Chair about whether, or I asked him whether that's something he'd be okay with if Council requested it, and he was very happy with that. So in relation to the broad report, I'm not going to go into it in depth, especially if we can get support to have a presentation with the ARIC Chair. But there are a range of issues identified. That the key one is around the internal audit, a really critical role in the audit risk and improvement framework that we need to be across and understanding. I'm satisfied with the action plan in relation to that and the follow-up questions to make sure that we're looking at the recruitment of an internal audit person with that level of priority. But I think it's really relevant that we have a presentation opportunity with the ARIC Chair to ask any questions, delve into any further concerns we feel are important, and quite frankly, just to help develop the council body's understanding of the role of ARIC, noting we keep referring things to ARIC, and that's been received quite positively by members. So I think it's a good opportunity to build a relationship, build understanding, and to ask some questions about the report and action plan that have come to us.
Thank you. Just need to clarify, Councillor Shepherd, with the request to ARIC Chair to provide a presentation to Council, is that in a workshop, a forum or a Council meeting?
Presentation, you say, in a briefing is fine.
In person?
Not necessarily. So I've purposely not included the words in relation to in-person or online to provide the flexibility around that, but we could include further words if that's helpful.
Thank you. I might just ask Mr. General Manager just to assist with that one, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a quick comment. With the new code coming in practice, this is currently business in front of council, so if that briefing would occur in the new year, it would need to be in the public domain, so it would need to be in a council meeting or a public forum. So just wanted to, I guess, check where you wanted to go with that, Councillor Shepherd.
So I suppose we've heard the intention is around it being a discussion between between councillors and the chair. My intent with the word presentation was to allow the flexibility to enable that. My understanding is that a presentation is an allowable function of a presentation to council is an allowable function of the chair to councillors as a part of the guidelines. The audit risk and improvement framework guidelines.
Without being captured.
Without that being captured, it's a different beast, as I understand it.
Thank you. We still have the challenge of the words on the screen, so we'll ask for some clarifications because at the moment I would have to rule it out of order.
I think,
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we would, at the moment it's obviously quite flexibly worded as to how it is provided. I think we would, I guess, look at the manner in which it can progress and then determine whether it does need to be in the council meeting or the public forum or otherwise.
So I would ask that we remove the words in a briefing because then we are allowed that flexibility. We could say in a format to be determined. I'd be happy with that. I think the intent is understood.
In a format to be determined by the General Manager?
Yep. Perhaps just to neaten this up, if we could make it a presentation, so move the words in a format to be determined by the General Manager to the end of the clause.
Presentation to council in relation to the report in a format, blah, blah. Is that right?
Presentation to council in relation to the report in a format to be determined. Thank you.
Happy with that?
Thank you.
Okey-doke. And do we have a seconder for that one? Councillor Edwards, thank you. And any further speakers? Councillor Intiman.
I understand that the minister is trying to increase transparency. However, there are certain things I would really like to hear from the AREC chair in a frank and fearless manner, which is not necessarily going to be possible if it comes to a council meeting, for instance, or even to a public forum. And so I would just like to note to the minister, in case he's hearing, that really this greater demand for transparency doesn't necessarily work if it's going to be completely universal. There are times when we need an opportunity to have a to and fro with various parties, including the AREC chair, where there can be complete honesty in, like, revealing, for instance, weaknesses that there might be. That would be, if it was a business, it would be commercial in confidence, and we need to have the opportunity to get frank and fearless information, which the minister's edict doesn't necessarily help, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Intiman. Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in that I think it's really important that we do get this, so I appreciate the extra words to allow that flexibility to determine how this might be possible. I'm imagining if it's so restricted that it might need to be within a council meeting, I imagine we'll have to go into a confidential to receive the presentation in order for it to really be worthwhile. And but I could ask that question, I suppose, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the GM. Is that what you're thinking the limitation is going to require?
Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would need to satisfy one of the reasons to move into a confidential meeting. So we would need to assess the content of what the auditor, what the ARIC chair would be presenting, and whether it satisfies one of those points to move into confidential.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.1. DAP item, DA 2025-3061, alterations and additions to dwelling, including clause 4.6 variation to clause 4.3 height of buildings and clause 4.4 floor space ratio, and the Port Macquarie Hastings LEP 2011 number 937 Ocean Drive. Bonnie Hills, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Maybe. Councillor Hornshaw, seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this item? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.2, development activity and assessment system performance. Someone like to move?
13.3.
We are in
13.2 was in the block.
In the block. 13.2. Thank you. I did actually have that listed too. Item 13.3, local strategic planning statement annual update. We have a motion by Councillor Edwards, I believe.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just an ultimate motion, very minor, which is it on the screen? There it is. The Council note the progress of actions identified in Council's local strategic planning statement shaping our future 2040 LSPS, and that future LSPS reports will include all actions from the adopted document.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Interman. Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, just a very minor amendment, but I think what could be extremely helpful, actually, this one, for councillors and any interested community members who are looking at this item when it comes to the agenda in November of each year, to be able to quickly and easily understand and compare actions and progress against the total actions that were adopted in the original plan. I view this as a transparency and an efficiency measure as someone trying to go through the agenda and check how we're progressing against our plans.
Thank you. Being no further speakers, I put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.6 is in the block as well. We're down to item 13.10, recommended items from the October 2025 meeting of the Port Macquarie Hastings Sporting Fund. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically the first 4 points remain the same other than an additional point 5. Where it is, delegate authority to the chairperson of the Port Macquarie Hastings Sporting Fund, me, to assess and approve any compliant recommendations received during this period for funding requests.
Thank you. Just before I grab that second, Councillor Interman, can I just ask Mr. GM, is this this is the first time I've seen this type of delegation to an individual councillor? Is that protocol, and or does it throw up any challenges that we might need to be aware of? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council could resolve in alignment. Sorry, Carl. You scroll up a bit. Sorry, Tanya. Yeah, council could resolve in alignment with point 5 as it's listed in the motion that's been moved. The only thing you might want to consider is that, similar to the mayoral discretionary fund, whether you put subject to the general manager's authorisation or a particular staff member, which is similar in that the group manager governance authorises the mayoral discretionary fund items each month.
Thank you. Councillor Lipovac, would you like to add some words to that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like the GM to add some words to that. That'd be great.
We can ask that question of the GM, please.
Yeah, so just at point 5, at the end of point 5, you could put comma, subject to the concurrence of the general manager.
Thank you. So, Councillor Lippavack, happy with that?
I am.
Thank you. Councillor Interman, seconded. Thank you. Councillor Lippavack.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll talk about point 5 straight up with that final point of the recommendation. With my length of experience, 12 plus years on the Sporting Fund Committee, determining whether or not a submission makes the criteria and deciding the amount of funding to be provided within the set parameters. And I assume, but this is much better, thank you, General Manager Fish, I assume that staff would then double check my recommendation before it comes to council, and you can be rest assured application will be processed efficiently and effectively. So thank you very much for clarifying and straightening up point 5 in that respect. Just briefly too, I wanted to add, because they're not listed here, the payments that have also been made. At the October meeting of the fund, we determined the 2025 Wayne Richards Scholarship winner. Not listed in the recommendation, as the Sports Awards were held on November 7, and the following payments have already been approved by the General Manager. We did receive 9 outstanding nominations, athletes aged between 13 to 21, all different sports, all very impressive personal and team achievements. We also agreed to provide 2 highly commended awards, $500 each, to 15-year-old Lola Stiles, selected in the New South Wales Combined High Schools volleyball team, captain of the New South Wales Phoenix Under-16 volleyball team, and the only player from regional New South Wales in that team. And also she contested the national titles in Perth in September. Also $500 went to 21-year-old Aisha Apthorpe. Over the past 12 months, she has competed in the Virtus World Swimming Championships, the Australian Open Championships and the New South Wales Country Championships, 6 PBs, multiple podium finishes, and has been a consistent performer and improver in her chosen sport over several years. And the $5,000 Wayne Richards Scholarship, which is paid in quarterly amounts, was awarded to 20-year-old Baden Smith, twice selected in the New South Wales Under-21 team, won silver at this year's National Championships, named as a junior kookaburra following the tournament, and also selected and competing in the New South Wales Pride State team to compete in the nationwide Hockey 1 League. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lippavack. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? All in favour, none opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 1311, fee waiver request, Parkrun 2026. We will just await our GM to vacate. Thank you. Staff recommendation moved by Councillor Maltman, seconded by Councillor Kirkman. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this item? Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor, again. I rise to speak in strong support of this recommendation. Parkrun is one of the most successful and inclusive community health initiatives worldwide, and our region is fortunate to host 3 local events in Port Macquarie, Wauchope and Kendall. Since 2015, Parkrun has become a staple of our community life, providing a free volunteer run opportunity for people of all ages and abilities to participate without barriers. Our council has long supported Parkrun by waiving reserve hire fees, recognising the significant health, social and economic benefit it delivers. This support aligns with our fee reduction and waiver policy and reinforces the Imagine 2050 priority of building an active, healthy and connected community. The continuation of the waiver is modest when weighed against a measurable return in improved wellbeing, reduced socialisation, strengthening community connection and increasing local visitation through parkrun tourism. Imposing fees would place these events at a risk of ceasing altogether, a consequence of what would disadvantage our community and undermine a proven volunteer-driven program that operates successfully worldwide without venue hire charges. For these reasons, I strongly support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, item 1315, Community Inclusion and Disability Inclusion Action Plan, 2025 to 29, post-exhibition. Councillor Edwards has a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It was circulated. Moving the motion, alternate motion as is in the paper here. One, note that the outcomes of the public exhibition of the draft Community Inclusion Plan and Disability Inclusion Action Plan 2025-2029 as detailed in the engagement report. 2, adopt the updated Community Inclusion and Disability Inclusion Action Plan 2025-2029. 3, note that with the implementation of the 2 plans, Council will seek to engage with all relevant existing and new community partners and those who emerge over the life of the plan, and that this will include but not be limited to the organisations, groups or individuals previously identified through the engagement process for the development of the plans. 4, note that submitters will be thanked and advised of the outcome of Council's determination. And 5, request that an annual report card and action plan review be reported to Council annually in August.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I'm happy to second. Would you like to talk to that?
Yes, I would like to talk to this, and then I might finish with a question. Note the outcomes of the public exhibition of the draft Community Inclusion and Disability Inclusion Action Plan as detailed in the engagement report. Sorry, I'm not going to read that again. I'll read the feedback from the community has been taken on board by PMHC and includes some responses such as staff have responded positively to community's request for greater influence on council projects, programs and operations by progressing work to formalise the Enable Group as an advisory body to the council. This includes developing a draft terms of reference and exploring how Enable can be embedded within PMHC's broader governance and engagement framework, ensuring it has a recognised pathway to provide advice across the organisation. And also another key part of the feedback from the engagement was seeking early involvement of Aboriginal organisations in project planning and design, a stronger link between cultural inclusion plan, closing the gap priorities and the work of Aboriginal community controlled organisations. I'm very supportive of ensuring that this great plan is adopted and we continue on.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can we just scroll back up to the clause 2? Okay, thank you. Question, Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Edwards. So from discussions, I'd understood that there was some appetite to reinsert the column, I'll need to look for the words, but the column in relation to community partners and stakeholders into the plan, noting that they wouldn't be, future engager wouldn't be limited only to that list. Could you speak to that not having been included in the amendment before us?
Thank you,
yes,
Councillor
thank you,
Edwards.
Councillor Shepherd. And yes, from that conversation, and I did initially, and what that was actually going to be my question. So I'll answer your question with the fact that I'm actually going to, so that it's explained properly, I'm going to ask through Mr Mayor to staff to explain why it wasn't recommended that the community partners list it be included in the plan. It was in the draft that went on exhibition, but could we get an explanation as to why it's not recommended to be included?
Thank you, Mr GM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. It was excluded from the final plan because in response to the feedback we received. So the feedback was that some people weren't included or excluded, or some people were, or former groups. So in order to make sure that it was very inclusive, we removed the list so that it could be a fluid list that can be updated as and when it is required to be updated.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Mr Mayor, I can understand the rationale of extracting that community partners column, but my preference would certainly be for it to be included. Question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Edwards.
Sure.
Would you be willing to consider inserting the words at the end of clause 2, subject to reinsertion, because it was taken out, adopt the updated Community Inclusion Plan, Disability Inclusion Action Plan 25-29, subject to reinsertion of the community partners column.
Councillor Edwards.
I'd be happy to put that in and test that, Councillor Shepherd. I went a little bit further to say an inclusion of related feedback from submitters. But as long, no, I'd probably need more language to make sure it doesn't limit to that either, because that was the concern. We don't want it limited to that list, but we also don't want to not identify anyone, I think.
Okay. What were the words you indicated you would take in?
I had a note 3, note that the community partners list does not limit PMHC from engaging with organisations, groups or individuals not currently identified or known, but reflects a base commitment to engagement with appropriate currently known stakeholders.
Councillors, I've been pretty lenient with this one to try and find a resolution, but what was just read out wasn't consistent with what we've got on the screen here. I'm just going to ask for clarification as to what is on the screen is what you are moving, Councillor Edwards.
Just checking, yes. So what Councillor Shepherd asked if I would take in, I did say yes. I just need to catch up to see. It's just so bunched up. Number 2, you've added reinsertion of the community partners column. Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. If that's the case and it's reinserted as it was exhibited, staff still have the freedom to engage with more than that list.
Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, General Manager. As explained when you actually first put this to me, Councillor, once we put it in a plan, that'll be the standard that we are setting. So if we've got a list of names in the plan, that's what staff will comply with. What I was aiming to do in my advice to you was to actually make sure that we're not missing anybody and we're very inclusive, to make sure that as anyone is emerging, a new group starts or a new individual that needs to be included, we're not actually limiting it. So the intent was actually to make sure that it was more inclusive rather than less inclusive.
Thank you. With that, Councillor Edwards, are you happy to have subject to the reinsertion of the community partners column or not?
No, I'll just remove that and go back to what I moved.
Thank you.
But there might be further questions.
Thank you. We'll just have that removed, and then we'll scroll to the top so we can see mover, seconder, point 1, etc. Please. Okay. So we are with the motion, which is the current item, moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by myself. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, I'll move an amendment to the effect of what we had before.
Thank you. An amendment's been put to include what was just deleted.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor, while that's happening?
Sure.
Just to fill in the time. But I know I'm sorry through you, Mr. Mayor, through staff, in case poor Director Watkins has to speak again, because I know it's hard. But I just wondered, could you perhaps reassure or explain to councillors how we might know of the engagements and who they're happening with? Is there any way that the councillors would get some kind of update to see all those stakeholders have been engaged with over things? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, General Manager. You will see in the recommendation that there is actually an annual report. So in the annual report, we would be providing details of who we've engaged with in achieving the actions that you've adopted in the plan.
Thank you. So we have an amendment in front of us, moved by Councillor Shepherd, which is substantively the same with the exception of some additional words, which are subject to the reinsertion of the community partners column. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? See, Councillor Interman, thank you. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Shepherd?
Yes, look, I understand that the concern here is that having the list of community partners becomes restrictive, or bears the risk of becoming restrictive, and there being a sense within a sense that the engagement or the relevant stakeholders here are limited to that column. I think Clause 3 addresses that really successfully. But what we saw in the exhibition period is that list of community partners actually provided a really rich grounds for people to communicate back and say, well, what about these people and what about those people? So in fact, having a list, or what about those stakeholders, they'll have some sort of important input. So I think having the community partners column there is actually really valuable, not as a way to limit the sense of who are the relevant stakeholders, but rather provide a continuing point to grow the consideration of those potential community partners as laid out in Clause 3.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See Councillor Edwards.
Question, Councillor Shepherd. So as I've asked the questions, that without other words, that does limit the staff's intention to engage with that list, and there was feedback about further community partners that won't be included if you simply reinsert the list. So reinserting what list? Pre or post exhibition?
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for clarifying your concerns there. So, subject to the reinsertion of the community partners column, and inclusion of relevant feedback from exhibition.
Okay, we have the words on the screen. Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Interman. Is this what you are
Yes, Mr.
happy
Mayor, thank
with? I'm seeing nods all over the park. Any further speakers on the amendment? I see and hear none. I put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, Maltman, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed? Councillor Hornshaw, Roberts and Kirkman. The amendment passes 6 votes to 3. The amendment becomes the motion. Anyone needing to speak further to this item? Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and make this quick. A few of the people from the Enable group reached out to me, and I'd just like regarding, when action's going to come forward. What's going to come out of the consultation that we've been giving council. So I'd like to say that this is part of that, and hopefully going forward there'll be more consultation regarding that. So I just sort of wanted to say that to the community, as I know that a couple of a few members have personally reached out to me to ask me those questions, so I'm just acknowledging them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubman. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed? Councillor Hornshaw. Declare that carried 8 votes to 1. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.16, Biodiversity and Climate Change and Resilience Advisory Committee. Someone have a motion to move in relation to this one? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just wait till we've got the one on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
That's not correct. The previous one?
Yeah. Was it fine?
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
So it was 6-3 on the amendment.
Yeah, understood.
So we have item 13.16 on the screen and a motion about to be moved by Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Moving the motion circulated earlier. I think, fellow councillors, this appears in your amendment pack. We won't be able to see it all on the screen. So, first off, just generally speaking to the item,
I would just wait till we get a seconder, please, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards, second. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
okay, generally speaking to the item came off the back of petitions from community members requesting committees be formed, one in relation to biodiversity and another in relation to climate change and resilience. Very, very different things actually, and so I wasn't of a mind for those to be combined into a single committee, but actually coming back to us and giving regard to resourcing, I actually think it's a very logical way to present this, that we establish a committee in relation to the environment that's substantially focused on delivering upon the existing environmental sustainability strategy and the capacity to be able to review and improve that and the related plans into the future. On reading the charter, I felt that there were ways that we could improve it to ensure that the committee is going to be doing focused work for council. So the amendment that I've put up does involve changes to the charter that are intended to improve transparency, accountability and the usefulness of the committee to improving the sustainability of council. So just as a summary of the proposed changes around accountability in particular. So there's a new requirement to develop a work plan that will guide and focus the committee work. It's to be endorsed by council and to help council, and the work plan would also help council assess the community effectiveness. I've introduced clauses in relation to increased expectations of the committee members in relation to preparation and engagement ahead of time to ensure that those meetings are productive and are delivering against the work plan that will be set. I've suggested revised membership, requiring that the community representative members have demonstrated involvement with local environment networks, because a part of the role involves gaining understanding from and also communicating back to local relevant networks. And the revised membership suggestions also include introducing a position for someone with expertise in corporate sustainability. More broadly, I've also suggested that we need to broaden those objectives to enable the committee to provide advice on the other relevant areas to improving council operations, which are aligned with the existing environmental sustainability strategy. So really what we're talking about here is drawing on community expertise to ensure that we're delivering something the council has already adopted. It's a key or theme level strategy, a lead strategy, for our entire council, and so I hope my colleagues, and I commend my colleagues to support this as a prudent way forward.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See, and Councillor Edwards.
I want to rush that one. Thank you very much for such really detailed improvements. Very good improvements, I think, to get the most out of a committee. Likewise, I was a little bit hesitant about the combining, but I am in support of this approach now, combining those two requests for committees to ensure that the committee would be as efficient, focused and effective as possible. So that's much welcome with this amendment, and I urge all councillors to respond in the positive to the large number of community voices that have been calling for this and vote in support. It will certainly help us, I believe, in our jobs as well. And I mean, I'm curious to know the thoughts around the room. It seems like we're about to vote on this and rush it through, but Councillor Kirkman, can I ask what your views are on this committee?
No, you can't, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Kirkman has the opportunity to speak on the item. It is 5:46 p.m. I'm just going to rule that out of order for the moment. Thank you. Yeah, asking a councillor for their opinion is the question.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. What part of the code is that you're ruling it out on?
I'm ruling it on the basis that every councillor, as part of the code of meeting practice, has an opportunity to speak to or for an item, and that is the process. If we have a situation where we simply ask each other for an opinion, that could delay or be a very inefficient meeting. So on that basis, that's why I've declined.
So I could rephrase my question.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirkman, are you feeling that you're likely to support this committee?
I'm happy to take your question on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Councillor Inchman.
Thank you. There's been a number of submissions that requested, so this is a question, number of submissions that requested 4 meetings. So question through you to Councillor Shepherd. Have you responded to those?
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Councillor Inchman, through Mr Mayor. The amendment, as I put it, still refers to 3 meetings per year as the charter. We have received a number of requests from the community to consider 4 meetings a year. At this stage, I'm most comfortable with 3 meetings a year as a starting point. And would be open to changing that in the future if we thought it was necessary. But I don't think there's anything in the charter that stops the issues being canvassed in between meetings if that's a productive, if that's considered a productive use of the time. But quite frankly, I think 3 meetings is the best opportunity to get this through council.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Hornshaw.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm against the establishment of this or any other committees other than those required by law. Committees are undemocratic. People elect councillors every 4 years to represent them. Democracy is never perfect. Voters are never fully informed. Public choice theory explains why it's rational to not be fully informed as a voter, because becoming more informed is at a great cost to yourself and no direct benefit, since you only still get 1 vote, which will be swamped by the ill-informed anyway. Voluntary voting would be better, but still far from perfect. But nevertheless, the 9 people we have here are the closest approximation of community representation given the constraints. And everybody in the community has the opportunity to run as a candidate if they want to affect change. But establishing committees is a way to smuggle in people with particular interests and give them additional influence, circumventing the electoral process.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Shepherd on a point of order.
So 1511D, imputing improper motives. I, in moving for the establishment of this committee, I am in no way trying to smuggle people in to improperly influence the decision-making process. And I would note that we're talking about an advisory capacity only, with no decision-making capacities.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I don't recall Councillor Hornshaw naming you specifically. Was there an offence caused there, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's imputing improper motives to suggest that those who are moving for the committee, being myself in this instance, are attempting to smuggle people in to be improperly influencing council decision making.
Thank you. I will rule that I can see it from a number of angles that there may be more people outside this room that Councillor Hornshaw might have been referring to, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Councillor Hornshaw.
Thanks. Committee members gain access to senior staff and have a role in shaping the policies of council. That's what I was referring to. And in some ways, they can have more power than councillors, who, besides some briefings along the way, just get to vote yes or no at the end of the process. Now, any individual or group is welcome to come up with ideas and submit them to council for consideration. That's also a form of democratic participation. But they should not be given a special platform and inside influence which is not available to everyone else. That's called special privilege. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers? Councillor Lipovac.
Just a quick question through you, Mr Mayor, perhaps to the General Manager. In relation to the recommendation in front of us, is there any issues or concerns about implementing that?
Thank you. Mr General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Watkins.
Thank you, General Manager. There are no concerns with implementing the recommendations, but I would note that we haven't actually, Council's not resolving to endorse the committee at this stage.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. Councillor Shepherd, right of reply.
Yes, thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to respond to the comments made by Councillor Hornshaw, which it turns out that the improper motives weren't being ascribed to me, but rather the improper motives trying to smuggle people in and have an improper influence with senior council staff wasn't intended at me, but rather community members, which I take equal offence to, in fact. I view it as simply prudent and sensible that if we have expertise within our community that can help us efficiently deliver a strategy we already have and make sure that we can have action plans that reflect the established council's priorities and which will come before us with advice to then make a decision, it simply makes sense. In the past, certainly money could have been saved by taking such advice earlier, whether it was in relation to energy or other matters. And so this simply makes sense to move forward, embracing in a well-governed way the expertise that's available to us from our community simply for advice.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. That being the right of reply, I put the item. All those in favour. We have Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Lipovac, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed, Councillor Hornshaw, myself, Maltman, Kirkman. Declare the motion carried 5 votes to 4. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.18, I'm happy to move an item in relation to options to fund the preparation of the EIS and DA for the Tuffins Lane drainage project. I'll just get it on the screen before we get a seconder.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, is this the staff recommendation?
Sorry, it is the staff recommendation. Thank you. Which is on the screen. So, that council note the information contained in this report, allocate any budget savings via the quarterly budget review process from council projects currently unrelated to open space and recreation to support stage 2 of Tuffins Lane drainage project in the 2026-27 operational plan, and continue to seek grant funding opportunities to support stage 2 of Tuffins Lane drainage project. Seconded by Councillor Maltman. Thank you. Councillors, just in speaking to this item, obviously it's been before us a number of times. If this Tuffins Lane drainage project, over the last 12 months or so, I have taken the opportunity to lobby both our state and federal members and or candidates for funding support for this. Those requests for support were taken up. We did have an election commitment from Mr. Pat Conahan as part of his election, subject to the coalition government forming government at the federal level. Unfortunately, that wasn't something that was able to be progressed due to the government that was elected of the day, which is the democratic process. So no issues there on a technical level. It was, I guess, from my point of view, it was an opportunity for us to try our best in that regard. Subsequent to that, I did approach our now state member, Mr. Robert Dwyer, who did take up the opportunity to lobby on our behalf through the appropriate state minister to support us on that. However, we did receive feedback that there wasn't any money to allocate to this project at the moment. Which is why I asked at a recent meeting that council staff have a look at how we may be able to fund this particular project through our operational plan or existing budgets, which is where we are today. So item 2, allocate any budget savings, was the option that staff has presented. I know that's not the full 500,000 up front that I was particularly asking for. However, knowing our budget constraints and other priority projects, budget savings would also be a win-win for me as well, that we don't necessarily have to take money from other projects. So I think the staff have done an excellent job in coming up with a compromise position there, but enabling us to continue to move forward. We all know, I'm sure most of us though, in the community would suggest the Tuffins Lane project has been a challenge for us in the long term. But 3 years ago we purchased that strategic land holding to plug potential gaps in our sporting and recreational infrastructure. Subsequent to that we made it a priority to upgrade where we could, and we have made some, I guess, some moves in that regard. Not least buying Tuffins Lane, we've done a number of items of improvements. However, there is still some more to go, with some happening as we speak, including the upgrading of the seats in the Grandstand Stadium in time for the State Cup touch football. My only fear of this one is knocked back at the moment is it may have a detrimental effect on our ability to retain the touch football State Cup. I hope it doesn't, but there's a lot of things that fall in our favour from a community perspective and regional perspective that would put Port Macquarie Hastings in the box seat to retain that event. Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to speak about Tuffins Lane. I'm even happier to support this item and thank Port Maco's Secretary Linda Bryan, who's joining us in the audience, and thank her and her team for her continued advocacy in Tuffins Lane. In 2022, I stood firm behind the Council's purchase of the Tuffins Lane sporting fields from St Agnes Catholic Parish, returning this important precinct to the community as a public asset. That position remains unchanged. Council has identified Tuffins Lane fields as a strategic recreation priority, with the Tuffins Lane precinct supporting local supporting needs as well as delivering more than $13 million per annum to our local economy. Council's acquisition represents a strong future-focused investment in the sporting needs of our growing region. At the last election, our team committed to prioritising core infrastructure and addressing ageing sporting facilities. That commitment remains firm. As councillors, we're charged with setting the strategic direction for the Port Macquarie Hastings region, establishing the policy framework and the long-term priorities that guide our community's future. This motion supports that work. It is essential that we maintain momentum on fundamentals such as roads, footpaths, parks, gardens, congestion management, and the renewal of our ageing sporting infrastructure. I've just lost me. Where am I up to in here? So many pages going on. But in saying that, we all need to be looking future-focused as council strategically and investing in Tuffins Lane moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any further speakers? Councillor Interman.
Question,
Sure.
where do the seats come into here?
The seats is something that I've just mentioned because they're in the process of being replaced in the regional stadium as we speak. So it's a project that's underway right at the moment.
Okay, speak against the motion. I understand people have got a desire to satisfy a desire in the community for Tuffins Lane. I have no confidence that this EIS or the works that we can pursue here will significantly improve access to and use of Tuffins Lane. $500,000 for an EIS that I don't believe is going to take us forward. I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Speaking against in the first instance, and then I'll move an amendment. I want to emphasise at the outset that this EIS, if we were to progress it, it's about the works needed to bring Tuffins up to the availability levels of the rest of the LGA in terms of if it rains. So we're not talking about it being all weather, it's actually just bringing it to resilience to the same level of rain as everywhere else in the LGA. So it won't be any more available for events, for instance, in those high rain months than anywhere else in the LGA as it stands. I also note that the motion on the table suggests or would be to direct project savings not to council's already identified critical priorities and high risk areas, but straight to this project. Yeah, and that's a significant step away from our governance responsibilities, in my view, and for that reason I will move my amendment as circulated previously.
Thank you. We'll just await that to come onto the screen.
While that's being brought up, Mr Mayor, should I start reading it anyway?
Sure, thank you.
That Council, 1, note the information presented in the report. 2, that any genuine savings identified within existing project budgets should be considered for allocation to high priority items listed on the unfunded budget register, with particular focus on projects addressing safety, financial compliance or legal risks. This approach ensures that available capacity within the current financial year is directed towards the most critical organisational needs in line with Council's risk-based prioritisation framework, our framework. 3, note that Council will receive a briefing on the unfunded budget register on 3 December 2025. And 4, consider the relative priority of this Stage 2 Tuffins Lane drainage project in the development of the draft 26-27 operational plan, alongside other unfunded projects and actions listed in the unfunded budget register.
Thank you. Before I ask for a seconder for that, I might just take some advice through the GM or appropriate staff on items 2 and 3. Mr GM, given that we're talking here in this amendment about the unfunded budget register, as opposed to allocating funds to Tuffins Lane, also looking at item 3, should they be the subject of a separate notice of motion, given that they're clearly removed from the subject matter of the report?
Through Mr Mayor, it was, I guess they're brought into the motion in the context of the fact that the Tuffins Lane drainage project EIS is currently on the unfunded budget register. So I think that would be the suggestion as to why it's being included.
In your view, it's permissible?
Yes, that would be correct as an amendment.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Edwards, any speakers for the amendment?
Yes.
Councillor Shepherd.
Look, you'll see in the clause 2 that I lay out what is our proper process. The process that we've adopted and consider as a part of our risk-based prioritisation framework for dealing with savings that arise from existing project budgets. If we're going to step outside the process that we've adopted as the way to prudently spend our community's money, in the way to minimise risk and maximise the benefit to our community, then we have to have a very good reason for it. I certainly don't see that in the original motion, but in relation to the amendment before us, it puts forward a path that does in fact allow the funding for the Tuffins Lane progression to be considered. Not something I particularly want to do because I don't think we should be investing more in Tuffins, but that final clause does allow for the funding of the next stage to be considered, however, to do so alongside the other critical priorities that we have on our unfunded budget register.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Maltman.
I have a question through you to Councillor Shepherd. In relation to the unfunded budget register, are there any items that you believe that are existing in that register that currently bring in as much money that Touch Football brings to Port Macquarie every year, over $13 million?
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mottman. Firstly, I don't see that figure as potentially being relevant into the future, as we know, given the current standing of things. So be that as it may, but as it stands, the unfunded budget register isn't publicly available. We have an undertaking that will be publicly available into the future alongside the 10-year works program, which will allow the community, when we have these sorts of matters in front of us, to be able to say, hey, here's the list of that category 1 areas that are, and I'm not going to say them because it's not public yet, these category 1 areas that are critical risks in relation to legal, safety, compliance, finance, that sort of thing. So while we don't have that, I can't refer to that for our community and say, well, don't you think the money should be going to this thing instead or that thing? Instead, I have to, talk to you as my colleagues and ask that you think about the items that are on that unfunded budget register and those critical priority items, and consider whether it's appropriate for us to have the Tuffin Lanes progression jump the queue ahead of those.
Thank you. Any,
Supplementary, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Maltman?
Through you to Councillor Shepherd again. So I take that to no. You haven't been able to identify anything that brings in $13 million.
Thank you,
Per year.
Councillor Maltman. Councillor Shepherd?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think if you take yourself to review the category, the different categories on the unfunded budget register, you'll see that money being brought into the local community, absolutely important. But when we're talking about risks, legal
Thank you, Councillor
risks,
Shepherd. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to finish my question.
Sure.
We're talking about apples and oranges, and I think that's a very generous way for me to say what the comparison is, because we're talking about something that would be nice to have, yeah, versus critical risks and priorities for funding in our community.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. I don't want to sound like a broken record every time this item comes to council over many years now. I find it very difficult not to support trying something, doing something, spending some money at Tuffins Lane while we don't have any other options in front of us at the moment. If the Hastings Regional Sporting Complex at Wauchope was near completion, or heaven forbid completed, then I'd say, well, that's where we need to generate or take our events and make sure that that's well funded, and Tuffins Lane would have to miss out. But in the meantime, while we're still waiting on the completion of Wayne Richards Park, the stages 3 and 4, Thrumster Sporting Fields need to continue. Sporting Fields at Rainbow Beach haven't finished yet. It's very hard to say no to at least trying to ensure that we have a future at Tuffins Lane while other options are still in the air.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Interman.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Unpopular as it might be, I oppose this. I think that the proposal to spend money to try to save a $13 million income is illusory. That we are not going to get the significant improvement there, and it's just going to end up being money going after money to no significant benefit. That's my judgment. Otherwise, I'd love for us to be able to spend this money and make Tuffins Lane presentable, but I can't see the results coming out of this, and so therefore, to me, it's wasted money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Just for everyone's clarity, we are on the amendment, which is in front of us. We've had a number of speakers. Any further speakers before I put the amendment? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, a question, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Lipovac. On the back of that, I just wonder. We've just acknowledged, minus $15 million in the general fund result. You did vote for not increasing user fees for sport, and then looking to allocate, savings to something. What measures do you think that why does that not worry you when we just acknowledge that result in the general fund?
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Councillor Edwards. Thank you very much. I'll allow staff who have the expertise to manage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Hornshaw.
Just a question to Councillor Shepherd. Would you consider taking out clause 2, which seems to just contain a lot of direction, given that clause 4 really covers what we need to cover in a way that just leaves a bit more scope open?
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
I prefer the amendment as it is, the reason being that this is a controversial matter for our community, and I think it's really important that if we make a decision that is potentially going to be unpopular, which I think it will be, lots of prudent decisions in relation to financial management are unpopular, unfortunately. I think if we're going to make an unpopular decision, it is relevant to include information that helps people understand that. And so my preference is to include clause 2 in the first instance, if possible, to get it through.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? See and hear none. I put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment, Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed, Councillors Hornshaw, Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman. The amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion.
So
Okay.
I'll move the same with clause 2 removed.
Councillor Shepherd is moving an amendment, which is, Councillor Shepherd, the same that was just lost with the exclusion of point 2.
Point 2 is gone, it just means any savings during the year won't really be considered, because that's the obviously the catalyst to look at savings and bring it back to council if there is any.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd, is that the amendment you'd like to put?
Mr Mayor, subject to advice from the CEO if there's concerns there about removing the clause 2.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr General Manager for a comment. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think just the, I guess the consequence of moving that point 2 is that if there are any budget savings during the course of the year, I guess they wouldn't be considered as the direct result of this motion. Obviously, when you receive the quarterly budget reviews, if there are any savings, you may look at identifying opportunities at that time, but you're not providing any specific direction today, bar to get obviously the briefing next week.
Yes, thank you. So if we can include the clause 2, but I'll remove the second part, that's not the direction.
So if you could stipulate what you're asking for, please, Councillor Shepherd.
So could we reinsert the clause 2 that was there before? And then delete from the words this approach until the end of clause 2. So question, Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Hornshaw.
Just having a side conversation with the GM. Please hold.
Can we all know what's going on?
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just clarifying. Given that point 2 could technically be seen as a significant deviation, just been advised that it's close enough to be accepted. Thank you. So we have an amendment in front of us, obviously on the screen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
A question, Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Hornshaw, whether that removes enough of the words to be supportable for you.
Thank you. Councillor Hornshaw.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Any speakers for or against the amendment? Councillor Edwards.
Just briefly speaking for, I think this approach is in line with some of the commentary I made earlier, including to the Recreation Open Space Action Plan. I think we need all the information in front of us. We need to be considering those risk-based unfunded works as well. Again, they're not public, but it's our responsibility to consider them all at the time when we're considering the allocation of community money. So I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Question, Mr Mayor, through you. Clause 2, if it was not there, in fact, would staff naturally be taking that approach to any genuine savings identified within existing project budgets anyway?
Thank you, Mr GM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, as I mentioned this there a minute ago, is there any, obviously through the quarterly budget review process, any savings that are identified would obviously be captured within those reports, and there'd be recommendations as to what you may do with that, which may be around offsetting the deficit, or if there are high priority items to progress out of the unfunded budget register, then may provide an option, but that would be captured at the time of that reporting.
Okay. Yes,
Thank you.
I'll remove the whole clause 2 again.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, are you happy with the removal of the previous clause 2? So that is taken in. The amendment is in front of us. Any speakers for or against the amendment?
Question, Mr Mayor. Councillor Hornshaw. Are you happy with that in its current form?
Councillor Hornshaw.
This is, in my opinion, a compromise because it kicks the can down the road a bit. It still allows Tuffins, it still allows money to go towards Tuffins Lane drainage, if that's considered to be the best use of funds. It doesn't rule it out, while it doesn't stipulate that must be where funds go to. So I do think it's a middle ground.
Thank you, Councillor Hornshaw. Any further speakers before I put the amendment? Councillor Tubman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to bring up a bit of information about this that I've been looking into since this has come up previously. I'm concerned that this isn't the most pragmatic use of council money, especially when at other sporting fields we may get a lot of better bang for our buck per se if this was used at other areas. I understand, the interest in Tuffins Lane. However, there's a number of concerns such as sulphate soils, the impact of the river level, and also about the sports events. There's still, like, with the information that we've got previously, there's still concerns about how often that field's going to be playable when there's rain events. So I suppose that, as Councillor Hornshaw just said, this is sort of a compromise, this amendment, but that's just my concerns with this. We previously decided on the maintenance of our current sporting fields, how we're having trouble funding that. This will only add to those pressures in the future. So that's something that I'm very concerned about. So I thought that's worth mentioning before we go to decide this, and I'm sure councillors are already aware of this. I think that's worth bringing to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers before I put the amendment? I see and hear none. I put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman, Edwards. Those opposed? Councillors Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman. Declare the amendment 1. 5 votes to 4. The amendment becomes the motion. Any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so moving forward to summarise where this has landed, we're simply looking at the funding of the next stage for the Tuffins Lane draining project to be considered against the other unfunded projects and the other priorities that council has and is grappling with, and so that can be duly considered into the future.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Question, Mr Mayor?
Question, Councillor Edwards.
Question, Mr Mayor. This is just raised for me a relevant question in terms of savings that are identified and where they are currently recommended to go. Are we going to get? Is this next briefing that we're going to receive on the 3rd of December going to cover that kind of advice? About if there are savings, where staff would recommend they go, whether either to maximise further savings or to address transformation and efficiencies or risks. Is that all going to be provided to us in December?
Thank you, Mr GM.
Through Mr Mayor, I think I've interpreted the question correctly, but if there were savings, we would have identified them in the quarterly budget review report today and in this report as well.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put the motion. All those in favour? Councillors Interman, Shepherd, Hornshaw, Tubman and Edwards. Those against? Councillors Lipovac, Roberts, Maltman, Kirkman. Declare the motion carried. 5 votes to 4. Thank you, councillors. Item 1319, Lake Caddo Natural Resource Management Monthly Update Report. Someone have a motion to move on this one? Staff recommendation? Councillor Interman, thank you. Councillor Shepherd, second. Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Interman.
Just briefly to note the continued good progress on the many projects that are associated with the Coastal Management Plan, including Lake Caddo, and I commend this to the community, as I know that they do keep up with this because of the importance particularly of Lake Carai, so that we are advising the community of the progress on these very important coastal program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any further speakers? Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, thank you to staff and acknowledging this very important and very detailed work, where we had a very good briefing talking about the stage 3-4 works, and it is progressing. I know maybe not as fast as everyone would like, but it's happening, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this report and acknowledge the significant progress Council is making in natural resource management across Lake Carai, Lake Innes and the Carai Creek systems, as well as through our Border Coastal Management Program. The monthly Lake Carai Natural Resource Management Update continues to provide valuable transparency and reassurance to the community, and I thank the staff for their consistent work in delivering these reports monthly. I commend the report to my fellow colleagues and thank all involved for their ongoing commitment to protecting the environmental health and future resilience of Lake Carai, Lake Innes and our broader coastal systems. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I put that to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 15.1, advocacy in relation to Council's project funding priorities. I will move, because it's a notice of motion, that Council note the advocacy work undertaken by the Mayor in the past 12 months to highlight Council's project funding priorities. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Councillors, I have provided a report in the business papers which was written by myself, which is why I have included in the recommendation to note the advocacy work undertaken by myself. The reason why I didn't have the word council there is because I didn't write this on behalf of the organisation. I just wrote it as an information report for councillors and or community to see a snapshot of the way that I've approached advocacy on behalf of council in relation to a lot of our project funding priorities and other matters. If I read the full noting report, it'd take about 12 minutes. So I'll just summarise a few pieces of interest. Obviously, council has a community strategic plan, which is an overarching plan. Then we also have operational plans, delivery plans, but we also have this document that we have had on our website for quite some time now called the Project Funding Priorities. I've taken that as a bit of a to-do list to reach out to both state and federal government agencies, ministers or members of parliament to progress and have conversations on the things that our council would like to deliver on behalf of our community that are consistent with the plans and strategies that our community has given us feedback on. I will note, obviously, noting what I said before about council, what's not included in this report, which is again reiterating the point that this is a report from myself, is that our council staff on occasion have the opportunity to advocate on our behalf as well. And I haven't captured that in this particular report, not for any specific reason other than there was a request for me to advise councillors on the work that we had been advocating on and to save staff some time, I put that together myself. So noting that there may be a few things that we've advocated for as an organisation, I would leave that for staff to do their own reporting on, which I'm sure they'd be happy to do on request or just as a matter of business. But the conversations that I have had with state and federal ministers are around the significant underfunding of local government generally. Other things include the financial assistance grants that most of the representative organisations like LG, NSW, Country Mayors and also JO to a degree have advocated for reinstatement of the 1% financial assistance grants as we had in the past, which is now less than approximately around 0.5%. There's a whole list of items that we have on that project priority funding list to the tune of around $600 million, which tells our community how far short we are of delivering what I would believe and what our community has suggested are the minimum things that we need to deliver to keep up with the rapidly growing region. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I speak in support of this item because it reflects the foundations of good governance, clear strategic direction, disciplined planning and strong, consistent advocacy on behalf of the community we serve. In the first year of our new council term, we have strengthened how we communicate our priorities to other levels of government, milestones driven strategically under your leadership, Mr Mayor. The project funding priorities document is a major achievement, widely acknowledged as an advancement in local government advocacy. It sets out one clear framework with the key project essentials to our region's future. Projects that enhance livability, enable housing supply, drive economic growth, protect our environment and build resilience. Advocacy is strongest when it's unified and strategic. Section 226 of the Local Government Act makes it clear that the Mayor is the principal spokesman of our governing body, responsible for championing Council's adopted priorities regardless of political cycles. Mr Mayor, you have fulfilled that responsibility with conviction, ensuring our region's needs are consistently heard in Sydney, Canberra and across the Mid-North Coast, exactly as the role intends. We are seeing the results. The Oxley Highway corridor, long operating at functional capacity, has now been recognised as a state government priority due to, in large part, your direction and advocacy. Likewise, the Thrumster wastewater scheme and Kawara water supply scheme, both critical to housing and population growth, and are firmly understood at the highest levels through clear and evidence-based representation. Our strengthened Mid-North Coast joint organisation is another major milestone. With the inclusion of Coffs Harbour, Clarence Valley and Nambucca, our region now speaks with a unified voice rather than isolated councils. Recent roundtable meetings with federal and state government representatives highlight the power of this collaboration and the value of telling our regional story together. This unified approach has been especially critical following the devastating floods early this year. Through direct engagement with ministers, agencies and recovering authorities, we have clearly conveyed both immediate recovery needs and the cumulative impacts of disasters since 2019. Our advocacy for building back smarter and renewed investment in essential infrastructure and long-term resilience has been strong, principled and necessary. Our community expects councillors not only to make decisions in this chamber, but to champion beyond it. Advocacy is not optional, it's a core responsibility. Councillors must operate strategically so that when funding opportunities arise, our region is ready. Our priorities are completely understood and our projects are shovel ready. For these reasons, I support this motion and thank you a lot. Very, very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any further speakers? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Speaking in support, but I do want to ask that you might give consideration to replacing the word mayor with council, and I'll explain my reasons. So firstly, I would like to thank the Mayor very much for fulfilling the role of spokesperson as council in such an active manner, in particular using that priorities document, as you've described in many ways, as a cornerstone for that advocacy. I think that's been I think that's been a really good move in terms of the professionalism of how council engages in advocacy in the future. However, the reason I'd like to ask you to give consideration, I won't move it as an amendment, I'm just asking you to give it consideration, to replace the word mayor with council is for several reasons. So firstly, that funding priorities list that's been such a cornerstone for advocacy, that in fact came from a resolution, from a notice of motion moved by another councillor, Councillor Lipovac, supported by all councillors. Subsequently, that cornerstone document was developed by staff, and all of the items included in that substantially come from projects resolved by all of council, and you know, of course, for every council meeting and every project that we're resolving to undertake, each of us are asking questions and making sure that it's a good decision for that to be included. So, and I would also say that rather than staff necessarily being involved in occasion an occasional undertaking of advocacy, that in fact they've been absolutely critical. And we've seen in a number of ways across various agencies as well that it's the relationships of staff with government departments as well as MPs and whatnot that is going to give us headway in securing money, which unfortunately we haven't really been able to do on our funding priorities in this term yet. So I'd also clarify, you know, as discussed earlier in the term amongst councillors, that that of course we all want to be working together as a team, and acknowledgement of all of the work being done across the board to get us to this point of advocacy. I feel that the word council would better reflect the work done by yourself as the delegated spokesperson, as well as the general manager, staff and councillors in that advocacy work.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. With Councillor Maltman's concurrence, I'm happy to add in after the word mayor and council in the past 12 months. Councillor Maltman, are you happy with that?
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Intiman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for responding in that way. Particularly and the reason I acknowledge the work that you've done. I acknowledge that comes from your role as mayor, but that you have taken a leadership role. However, the real progress happens when we acknowledge teamwork. And by adding those other two words there, at least there is some acknowledgement of teamwork there, because certainly the project funding priorities was driven from the floor, and we would be nowhere without the amazing support and advocacy that is provided by staff as well. So thank you for modifying your words.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Mr. Mayor, and I would concur with that, and also thank you for your hard work and advocacy, and I'm really appreciative that you took in that extra word, because it acknowledges your work, but then it does acknowledge us all, who are all, I think, pulling in the same direction and doing our bit. It's been a real team effort, and good suggestions have been made and pursued because of broad strategic councillor input, and leaving no stone unturned, as PMHC has strongly sought financial assistance to see priority projects delivered for our community. So, yeah, thank you. I think this acknowledges the Mayor, and it acknowledges all of council and the teamwork. I think we're really all on the same page.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See and hear none. I'll just take a moment to reply. In putting the report together, as I said at the start, it was put together by myself, and just noting, adding in the council there, I just want to clarify that there's probably a lot more that can go in there, which is why I didn't have it in there to start, but in no way was it a reflection on anyone else or staff's effort, because I absolutely agree. Everything that we have been able to present to our state and federal members, ministers, agencies has been developed by us as a group, but also the staff have put together, as far as feedback goes, some of the most impressive data sets and glossy brochures that we can present our projects in the format of, to, I guess, put ourselves at the front. I think the good news about what I'm seeing with our advocacy at the moment, particularly across the Mid-North, across our region, state and federal members look to councils now for the priorities to take to elections or to take to government on our behalf. And I think that's a big positive shift from potentially where we were some years ago, where it appeared to me, in a personal opinion point of view, that we just had a bit of a scattergun approach across the region. But now we're so succinct with our priorities and very effective with our advocacy. There is some big factors that are causing some delays to support. Either state or federal governments don't currently have the money to support us with, but I do get the impression that they are looking at our council with some favour, in at least recognising that we are incredibly proactive, but also doing the work to get as many projects shovel ready as possible. So with that, I put the motion. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item.
And thank you, Mr Mayor, for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Item 15.2, use of e-bikes and e-scooters on public footpaths, cycleways and roadways. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll read out the recommendation. The Council 1 include information on Council's, thank you for turning off, on Council's website regarding Council's regulatory responsibilities and authority surrounding the use of e-bikes and e-scooters on public footpaths, cycleways and roadways, and point 2 being encourage community members who are concerned about the inappropriate use of e-bikes and e-scooters on public footpaths, cycleways and roadways to lodge a complaint with Transport for New South Wales via general feedback and New South Wales Police Force by contacting their nearest police station or by phoning 131 444 to draw attention to the issue.
Thank you. I'm happy to second. Would you like to talk to that? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would. So in addition to comments from community members, I have personally witnessed an ever-increasing number of e-bikes and e-scooters being used by people of all ages right across the region and not always in a safe and or legal way. And naturally, the numbers increase even further on weekends and during holiday periods, and we have even more locals and tourists utilising our most popular areas right across the region. But of particular concern to me was the Port CBD, Town Green and the Breakwall. So I suggested initially, let's ban them from those areas. Director Watkins said, you can't do that. So sometimes I listen because it's not our responsibility. That is state government, that is the police. On the Town Green, we do have a playground, multiple nearby venues serving food and alcohol, plus tourism operators, all in very close proximity that draw significant numbers. And if we, that is the public and local police, don't monitor and report the illegal use of the new electric modes of transport in this area, we could be harming the local economy by making it a less desirable place to enjoy one of the best amenities that we have. Now, I hate to sound like a boomer. I hate to think that, I'm putting down the law as a dad saying, you've got to be safe, kids. But that's exactly what I'm saying at the moment. And I don't want to drag you into this. Executive Manager for Strategy, Duncan Coulton, who witnessed a very close call near the cenotaph on November 11. Had I taken a step back at the wrong moment, I would have been wiped out by one of these e-bikes. Regardless, some facts, some information. According to St Vincent's Hospital Sydney emergency specialist, Dr Tom Crofts, he often treats patients with lacerated spleens or livers from handlebars going into the abdomen, traumatic brain injuries from heads hitting the ground and broken bones from e-bikes accidents. He said there's been a huge spike in the number of presentations relating to e-bike accidents over the past year. Alcohol was often involved in e-bike accidents, as many riders choose an e-bike as an easy and cheap way to get home at night. He said speed was a significant factor in the severity of injuries. He added, we see a lot of riders with no helmets on. They're doing speeds that are normally reserved for registered vehicles like motorbikes. The latest Victorian Injury Surveillance Unit data shows a 627% jump in people going to hospital with an e-bike injury since 2019. The most commonly injured were males aged 15 to 19. E-bikes that are modified to go faster than 25 k's an hour are illegal to ride on or near public roads in both Victoria and New South Wales. Some of the devices on sale for private use can travel at 45 k's an hour. Illegally modified e-bikes can reach speeds of 80 kilometres per hour. There have been 4 e-bike fatalities involving children and teenagers in Australia since July. Unfortunately, it's once again the minority causing safety issues, and this reflects badly on the responsible, law-abiding e-bike riders. So I'm compelling councillors to at least consider this recommendation, put some information up on our website, and let people know that's where they need to go. That's who they need to contact if they see some illegal use of e-bikes in our local area. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Any further speakers? Councillor Entman.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac, for this, and I would also like to just relate it to another thing that along a similar lines that we're doing now, which is about dog information. The more we can get information on a particular topic together, the more impact we'll have on the community regarding those particular issues. So thanks for that, and thank you to the staff for your work regarding dog issues. Cheers.
Thank you. With that, I put the item to the vote. All those in favour? None opposed? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move into confidential matters. Do I have a mover and a seconder to move that items 19.1 to 19.5 listed on the agenda be considered in the confidential session of council? Moved by Councillor Lipovac, seconded by Councillor Maltman. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. Do I have a mover and a seconder that the council meeting be closed to the public for the consideration of confidential items for the reasons listed in the reports? Moved. Councillor Shepherd, seconded by Councillor Interman. All those in favour? None opposed. Declare that carried unanimously. So, I ask those members of the public currently present in the chambers, if you could please leave the meeting whilst the confidential items are being dealt with. You're most welcome to return to the meeting when we resume after the closed session. Thank you. Now we'll just double check we are off record. Okay, the recording of the council meeting will now recommence, so welcome back any members of the public who have returned to the room or rejoined via the live stream. We move to the outcomes of the closed session. Through you, Mr. GM, I'll now ask the Group Manager Governance, Mr. Ferguson, to read the meeting outcomes of the items in the closed session of the council meetings, being items 19.1 through to 19.5, including the resolution, any conflicts of interest and voting outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to item 19.1, 2025.303, Internet, Intranet and Digital Form Platform Procurement, Council resolved 1, that Council, in accordance with the extenuating circumstances provision under section 55(3)(I) of the Local Government Act 1993, resolve not to invite tenders for the provision of Open Cities, Open Forms and Intranet, as a satisfactory outcome would not be achieved due to the risk of business disruption and resource constraints. 2, that Council authorise the General Manager to execute a direct arrangement with Granicus for the provision of the service referenced above at an estimated annual cost of $221,000 per annum for 1 year, with an option to renew for a further 12-month period at Council's discretion. 3, that Council note the General Manager, under existing delegation, will execute necessary contract documents for 2025.303 PMHC Internet, Intranet and Digital Forms Platform and present a further report to a future meeting of Council after contract award for Council's information. And 4, that Council maintain confidentiality over the documents and considerations in relation to this matter. That item was carried unanimously. Item 19.2, 2025.322, Pulse Software Contract Upgrade. Council resolved 1, that Council note under section 55(3)(I) of the Local Government Act 1993, a Council may resolve not to invite tenders where, because of extenuating circumstances, remoteness of locality or the unavailability of competitive or reliable tenderers, a satisfactory result would not be achieved by inviting tenders. 2, that Council resolve in accordance with section 55(3)(I) of the Local Government Act 1993 not to invite tenders for the renewal of Pulse software licensing, as competitive or reliable tenders would not be achieved due to Pulse software's incumbent status and the proprietary nature of its integrated modules and system architecture. 3, that Council note the consolidation of all existing Pulse software modules into a single renewal cycle, aligning all renewal terms to 1 September to 31 August each year, simplifying contract management and financial forecasting. 4, that Council authorise the General Manager to execute a software licence agreement with LG Software Solutions Proprietary Limited, being Pulse Software, for an initial term of 3 years with a 2-year additional 1 year, with 2 additional 1-year options, maximum of 5 years to 31 August 2030, at a total estimated value of $857,000 exclusive of GST over the 5-year term. 5, that Council approve a contingency of up to 10% of the total contract value for optional services, e.g. module alignment activities, minor enhancements and training, with any drawdown requiring Chief Information Officer and procurement approval in accordance with Council's procurement policy, with each drawdown recorded via a purchase variation note. And 6, that council maintain the confidentiality of the consideration in respect of the Pulse software procurement matter outlined in this report. With regard to item 19.3, 2024.103, Maria River Road Upgrade Construction Tender, Council resolved that Council 1, in accordance with section 1781 of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, accept the tender from Air Constructions Proprietary Limited submitted for 2024.103 Maria River Road Upgrade Construction for the contract price of $16,364,100.82 exclusive of GST. Note the General Manager will execute necessary contract documents. And 3, maintain the confidentiality of the documents relating to the request for tender for 2024.103 Maria River Road Upgrade Construction. That item was carried unanimously. Item 19.4, 2024.144, Operation of Port Macquarie Hastings Council Vehicular Ferry Services Tender. Council resolved 1, that Council, in accordance with section 1781 of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, decline to accept any tenders submitted for 2024.144 for the operation of vehicular ferry services and enter into negotiations with any person, whether or not the person was a tenderer, with a view to entering into contracts in relation to the subject matter of the contract. 2, pursuant to section 1784A and B of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, decline to invite fresh tenders for the reasons that the evaluation panel considers the market has not significantly changed and inviting fresh tenders likely will not achieve a satisfactory result. 3, receive a further report providing details of the negotiation outcomes for Council's determination. And 4, maintain the confidentiality of the documents and considerations in respect of request for tender 2024.144 for the operation of vehicular ferry services. That item was carried unanimously. And finally, item 19.5, legal update, Wharf Road, Lang and Anor versus Port Macquarie Hastings Council and others. Council resolved that Council note the judgment of the Supreme Court of New South Wales in Lang and Anor versus Port Macquarie Hastings Council and others, New South Wales Supreme Court 1331, and the finding that Wharf Road Telegraph Point is a public road vested in Council, and that Council 1 authorise the General Manager or his delegate to liaise with the parties to finalise orders prior to the 9th of December 2025 court listing. 2, direct that Wharf Road be added to the Council Road Register and GIS system. 3, request a site and risk assessment of Wharf Road to inform future maintenance planning. And 4, receive a further report following finalisation of the proceedings and cost determination. That item was also carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Ferguson. That now concludes the business on today's agenda. Thank you to those who have attended in person or via live stream at today's council meeting right here in Chambers. I now declare the meeting closed at 6:55